What is up, everyone? What is up? What is up? How's it going? Get my headset on here. Ow. Just wanted to make sure that works. Why does it sound a little quiet? Oh, maybe because I have my... Okay, I might have hit the sliders. What's up, everyone? Happy Wednesday. What's everyone doing? Starting early? Yeah, I started early. That's why over on the Twitch side, I even said, yes, I came early. And that's what she said. Bad jokes, I know, okay? What's up, everyone? It is Wednesday, so I'm getting back to doing the Wednesday streams as well. Now that the class is over that I took, I did pass the license, everything, so we're good there. So yeah, I got my I got some new privileges and all that for the radios and all that. We'll get into that later. Unfortunately, that may not happen until after DEF CON, because I've decided I'm not going to install the antennas until after DEF CON, after falling off of the ladder and deciding I need a scissor lift to properly install them. So you're going to see more power. That's a Tim the Toolman Taylor impression from Home Improvement for those of you that are younger. Tim Allen. Hey, my man, do you have any experience with Razer laptops? I haven't used them much because they're honestly a little bit problematic for a little bit of the proprietary stuff they use based on when I tinkered with my friends and everything. And I'm a Linux user. They don't work the best for that. Now, I do have other laptop brands that I use. I do recommend often, like Lenovo, Dell, HP, but I personally use Tuxedo Computers and System 76. Nice shirt. Yeah, I picked it up last DEF CON. So the DEF CON before that, it's the regular Pride flag. This one includes the whole, is this the pan or whatever side of things? Yeah, you get the picture. I know I'm not a well-informed buy. Baby, bye. Oh, how you doing, Stabby the Abby? What's your handle? I kind of keep that private, because that gives a little too much info. But, I mean, we'll be getting into the technology around ham radio. Maybe one day I'll give away my handle and everything like that. But I like to keep a little bit private on the ham radios and have the little mystery behind it when, you know, I do things on there. There's just a little bit of fun around that. Yeah. Hold on. I have the option to get a Razer Blade Advanced 2018 for 330 Great British Pounds with a 1070 and an 8750H. I mean, it seems it's not a bad deal. It really isn't. It's just I don't have too much experience with Razer laptops. And the few people that I had their little nuances and issues with them, but they weren't like huge complaints with them, if that makes sense. Vampire Lord. Oh, that's your call sign? Cool. Was that I gotta remember my NATO phonetic alphabet. I gotta practice that. NATO phonetic alphabet. So you've been Kilo, what is J? Juliet. Kilo, Juliet, Oscar, 345. What does that even mean, beige ones? What do you mean, beige ones? What? The colors here? They just keep adding colors to the rainbow. I don't know. Maybe somebody's on, you know, taking it, enjoying some shrooms. Or, the prism is refracting more light than usual. I don't know. I'm not a well-informed buy. Because I can get HP with 2060, but the model has obviously got hinge problems. Almost all laptops pretty much have hinge problems, more or less. The problem being that a lot of the laptops are with a plastic base, and they're screwing metal hinges into a plastic base, and it breaks at the plastic. That's just been a problem I've seen for years, which is why I've been opting for higher-end laptops that usually have magnesium, or, you know, aluminum. But the Tuxedo laptop I have, I think it's aluminum, maybe magnesium. Why do so many Linux users insist on having an Nvidia GPU? Is AMD or Intel GPUs that bad? It's not just in Linux users. It's that Nvidia has CUDA. CUDA cores. Unfortunately, a lot of applications and workloads are optimized for CUDA cores. You can't do as much with AMD and Intel stuff in many of those cases. It's the sad state of affairs, unfortunately, that Nvidia is just so far ahead and they know it. That's why even I use an AMD CPU on both of my boxes and Nvidia GPUs on both of my boxes. And the NVENC encoder is really nice. Like this box right here, this box over here, the Stream box, not the Linux box over here. The Windows Stream box has a Ryzen 5700X and an Nvidia 3050. And even on a low-end 3050, I am putting out 4 different streams at the same time here. It's putting out to 4 different sources. You can't really do that on a lot of other GPUs, and I think NVIDIA's upping that cap a little bit more too. My main PC is a 5700 XT and a 750 Ti. I use the 750 Ti for CUDA and NVENC. Yep, see? It's not that I don't like an AMD GPU. I do like them. It's just they don't do what I need. Wanting remote storage to access anywhere for my music projects. What do you recommend? I think you asked this on the last stream and I answered this. As I said, it really depends on what your use case is that you're trying to accomplish here. Because there's many ways to skin this cat. I mean, when you say access your music anyway, are you talking about playing it through a web browser? You talking at like I need to know the specifics of what your end result is looking like rather than what you're hosting it on, because everyone's going to have their limitations. Pro Tools projects. What do you mean Pro Tools? Well, I'm not super into audio. Are you talking about, Pro Tools? Video editing. Oh, it's audio. Okay. So you're just talking about storing the actual, things? Yeah, that's not too hard. There's many ways to skin this cat. So, obviously, the easiest ones are like Microsoft Office 365 with OneDrive. I know some people are like, why? Because Microsoft 365 for Business is really cost effective and you get 1 terabyte of storage for $6 a month. The other options, of course, are you can always build your own cloud system with like something like Nextcloud. And you can, get as much storage as you want. Potentially you can hook that into an S3 backend. Use something like Wasabi, AWS, or that. For anywhere from $6 to $10 per terabyte. It really comes down to personal preference. There's a lot of options if you're just talking about storing the files. If you were talking about like playing the music and having playback capabilities, it would be a whole different situation. Yeah, then I would probably just do Office 365. If that was it. Didn't they get hacked? What? Office 365? If you think that there's no company on the internet that isn't going to get hacked, then I have news for you. By virtue of being on the internet, you may be compromised, but Office 365 has been a pretty secure platform. Yes, they do have their faults at times. I'm not going to lie about that. But that's every single platform that's software as a service or even platform as a service or infrastructure as a service. It really depends on many different things. Big Endian or Little Endian? I haven't had this question in a while. Trying to remember the specifics of this. Big Endian is a way of storing multi-byte computer memory where the most significant byte. I'm not that deep into the systems, into these kind of questions, honestly, because I don't really deal with that much stuff. I see arguments for both. My mechanic says my truck needs a new belt. Ridiculous. It doesn't even have pants. You must choose. I choose neither. We're going to be nihilist today. What about Middle Indian? There you go. There you go. Stabby's got a point. Are there still Azure data centers that are on the map? Remember my dad telling me, LOL. What? On what map? Your thoughts. Nvidia to bring CUDA platform to the RISC-V. If that actually happens, that'll be freaking awesome. I can get this freaking link to click. I gotta select everything. They showed loads of centers, but had some hidden or something like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a case of that because they also do government contracts, you have to remember. So they may have to keep some of them a little bit more quiet and hush-hush. So let's see this. Nvidia to bring CUDA platform support to the RISC-V. Well, the honest truth is if you actually look at... They move this around. If you look at the current members of the RISC-V Foundation, you'll see there's a bunch of different companies in here. And Nvidia is a premier partner, as is Intel and many others. So this doesn't surprise me that Nvidia wants to bring CUDA platform support to the RISC-V. This doesn't shock me at all because you have to understand Nvidia wants to get into the chip manufacturing game. And I think they're starting to ship ARM CPUs, if I recall, too. The problem is ARM has a license. And you have to deal with that industry, that company, to be able to license out the software to do it. Like, even Apple has to license the IP to be able to make their own CPUs. Which is why I was like, why is Apple going so hard on ARM-styled CPUs when they should maybe go a little bit harder on RISC-V? Yeah, it's maybe not as prime time as, say, ARM is, but I think that would have been the better money spent because then they could actually own their entire production and make it in any way, shape, or form that they so desire. But yeah, so let's see. Nvidia announced it's working to bring CUDA platform support to the RISC-V instruction set architecture at the RISC-V Summit in China with the goal of enabling RISC-V to serve as a main processor for CUDA-based systems. Okay, so I thought this is where it's going to go. Nvidia has clarified that support for CUDA with RISC-V is a work in progress and has not announced a timeline for its release. That makes sense. It's a relatively new technology. The company noted that the project's completion depends on the continued collaboration with the broader RISC-V ecosystem and the future availability of data center class RISC-V CPU platforms. Aha! So they're still targeting, data centers. I don't think this is going to really be coming to the consumer side. It would be nice to have a consumer-sided CPU and move away from Intel and AMD as a whole, or at least x86 to be specific. Because Intel, again, going back to the RISC-V members over here, Intel is a premier partner. I'm kind of surprised AMD is not on here. Seeing as AMD, the interesting thing is AMD doesn't own the license to x86. They merely license it from Intel. And there's this whole long history of, Intel tried to get them to stop because AMD was being better than them, but it's weird. It's a weird story. The development is intended to allow RISC-V to function as the primary processor for systems utilizing CUDA, a role previously exclusive to x86 and ARM core architectures. While immediate integration into hyperscale data centers is not anticipated, the vision for this compatibility also extends to CUDA-enabled edge devices, specifically NVIDIA's Jetson models. Aha! So they're looking at targeting the Jetson platform. If you've not actually dealt with Jetson, I'll show you what they're talking about. I want to play with these. I want to get some of these, but I also don't know what I'm really going to do with it. I mean, I know what I'm going to do with it, but do I have the space for it? So they have these little SBCs that you can get all sorts of things. See, what I'd love to do is get some of these like Jetson Javiers or the Jetson Orins. Get these, slot them in. Probably would actually be the Jetson Orin. Get these in to like a Turing type device so that you can have multiple of these computers inside and then make a cluster easily. Now, if I could do a K8 or yeah, that would be great. You know, Kubernetes little system. But you can also get these in, you know, base boxes and everything. Anyway, these are pretty powerful for what you get in them. Nvidia's engagement with RISC-V seems significant and have evidenced by Franz Sisterman, Vice President of Hardware, blah, blah, blah. Sisterman's presentation detailed a proof of concept for the operational integration of CUDA components with RISC-V. A representative diagram showcased the typical configuration where the graphics processing unit, GPU, manages parallel workloads. Concurrently, a RISC-V central processing unit executes CUDA system drivers, application logic, and the operating system. They range... Okay, so they're looking to make a base system, basically, with RISC-V as the heart of it, and then being able to just pump it to the Nvidia GPU so that it can still utilize CUDA. So they're not building CUDA into RISC-V. It's more so just going to be serving as a regular computer with RISC-V instead of x86 or ARM. This kind of thing I think is going to be great in the long term because this opens up us to explore systems other than x86 in the long term. What will also be interesting is when RISC-V actually can be near, at, and even exceed x86 performance, and then we can start talking about emulation to x86 systems. Because if we can have an emulation layer, it is emulation, not a compatibility layer in this case, like I always harp on, because it would be able for you to use x86 software on a RISC-V system, and then you could just translate over, similar to what Rosetta is with Apple. Let me see. You heard about the recent SharePoint hack? Yeah, I heard about it. It's not really... SharePoint, like in the Office 365 that a lot of businesses have. It's on-premise SharePoint. We've been talking about it at work because my boss was like, are we worried about this? How can we mitigate it? All that. And I was like, I don't think we're hosting our own SharePoint. So I think we're good. So if you're running Office 365 in the cloud and you're running SharePoint off of that, I don't think you really have much to worry about. If you're running SharePoint on-prem, you better check your EDR, XDR, and get your Zero Trust network access in order. Otherwise... First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. Thoughts on the M4 Mac Mini? Got one myself and it rips. I don't care for the Apple computers, really. The minis are fine in terms of like, okay, you got a little computer, put it in. But like, I just don't care for them because of how limiting they are for a lot of my workloads. They just don't. I can't really even do virtual machines properly in many cases for a lot of the things I need to do. Yeah, it's just the M series of CPUs was already hold on, let me restart over. The Apple OS was already hampering a lot of my capabilities for things, and then the M series just made it even worse. Type of distro using? I'm using Pop OS, who is still running on-prem. I have no idea. And by the way, how you doing, me? I guess I'll be seeing you in a couple weeks. We tinkered with Risk 5. I have not personally tinkered with Risk 5. It's something I want to get my hands on, but with all the projects I have going on, I can't justify spending the money on it right now. Doing okay. Prepping for Hacker Summer Camp. Yup. I'm trying to get my little laptop over here ready for it. The Wi-Fi card isn't working like to how I wanted, but the cell modem is installed at least. I got to get the OS set up for this. And thank you for the follow over there, Febreze. Everyone needs a nice Febreze. Can you give a tour of Pop OS? It's just, there's not really much to it except you have a computer, you have a desktop, you have a launcher, you have workspaces. I'm not going to click that because there's something else there. You know, I can do the thing. The main thing about Linux is basically your operating system should just be able to launch your applications and get the hell out of the way. That's why I don't like Windows. Windows annoys you. Windows gets in your way of your workflow so much. What about the TrueNAS Mini X Plus with ZFS? I've done a little bit with ZFS. I used to have ZFS on this box over here for my RAID 1 array with ZFS 1, Z-RAID 1. And I like ZFS. I haven't dealt too much with TrueNAS. I eventually want to build my own box. Again, so many projects, very little money. Well, at least spare money. Like the next upgrade I'm probably going to be doing after I get my ham radio done is upgrading this guy to an RK3588 with a better Wi-Fi card and all that stuff. I think this should hopefully just get you, you know, to the finish line. Does it have HDR support and ray tracing? Yeah. That's not really a Pop OS issue. It's just, that's an Nvidia thing. Nvidia drivers on Linux are just fine. They've already been, like, working on adding an AI frame faking crap. Do you think there's a promising demand for CloudSec positions as a career in the future? Oh, hell yeah. There's a lot of people that are getting into CloudSec. I know at work we were doing cloud security as well. We were doing Whiz training all day. If you're not familiar with what Whiz is, it's this. So basically, it's a cloud. What do you call it? A CSPM, I think, a cloud security posture management system. It works really nice. I like it by far a lot more than Tenable. Got major companies using it. But yeah, this connects into your cloud resources and then tells you about if you're exposed, if there's weird behavior happening, do you have roles that are janky, permissions that are janky, like all sorts of things. So we actually got this, we were playing with this all day long, as well as sorry, my mod thing just literally like flagged a word for the funniest reason. But yeah, Whiz, they had us do CTFs at work and stuff. It was pretty fun to go through and try to find threats and everything we were setting up. But yeah, CloudSec, definitely very promising as a career path if you want to take it. There's still going to be use case for on-prem, but more companies are moving to cloud because they need to shift the liability, because you have to understand when you're doing on-premise, you own the liability for the hardware. So think about it this way. You lose power, your internet goes out, the building catches on fire, there's a flood, there's an earthquake. Like anything that could go wrong, you have to account for. That is a cybersecurity, what do you call it? A business impact analysis, where you have to actually assess the potential costs for everything going on. And a lot of people are going to be moving it to cloud in various ways. Software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. So that's just the nature of the beast. Do I think we're going to completely ever move completely to cloud? A lot of businesses won't, for various reasons. But many will. A lot of new startups that are coming out are solely cloud-based. Because you have to worry about the hardware costs, the infrastructure costs, the maintenance cost, and you have to have additional staff just to staff the on-premise stuff. Whereas you move it to the cloud, you only have to make sure people are there to Terraform, OpenTofu, CloudForm, whatever you really need for a lot of the things out there. And then you have people go in and do the cloud security posture management. And then that way you limit your liability to the workstation endpoints. My work uses an on-prem as a firm, but my boss is super evil about security and has SharePoint non-existent. I mean, some companies use SharePoint, some don't. What AI do I use? Well, I don't use AI. I use large language models, LLM. To be clear here on this channel, crypto means cryptography, and AI is not an LLM. It does not pass the Turing test. Exactly. But with that being said, I flip-flop between Amazon Q, ChatGPT, and then I still need to get around to playing with Claude. But I've also played with DeepSeek. I have a local one with LM Studio. It works all right. Okay, hold on. Catching up on messages. Do you have any smart home devices you made by yourself? I had some stuff for automation and all that, but I've ripped it out since. I used to have something I was working on that automatically controlled my air conditioner unit, my mini split. Because mini split systems for air conditioning, if you've ever dealt with them, they're not like typical central air systems where you can throw like a Nest thermostat or something like that in. You have to, what's the word? You have to use an infrared remote and stuff. So I had a little infrared thing on Raspberry Pi that would actually go into that. Eventually I ripped it out because it was just too much to deal with. And then I put in a Cielo Breeze. I haven't gotten into talking about that soon. I love that thing. Eventually I'll do my own automations. I just haven't had time, nor the mental energy. Which, by the way, the new ADHD medicine is rocking. I got back on ADHD meds about a week ago or so, and I've been noticing that I'm getting a little bit more pep in my step and energy and motivation to do a few different things. Yesterday, I actually not only went to the gym, which has not been unusual, I've been doing that for a while, but I actually got home from the gym, took a shower, and then immediately recorded not one, not two, not three, but 4 videos for YouTube. Actually, it's not Vyvanse. I'm in the middle of having to wait for a psychologist to prove that I suddenly haven't been cured of ADHD and it's not disappeared into the ether since my diagnosis when I was 5 years old. You know, because apparently ADHD just has this propensity to be like, hey, no, I'm kidding. Some bull I gotta deal with. What are the highest in-demand roles for either red team or blue team? Well, blue team's definitely in demand by far. It's not really so much what's highest in demand because there's different things that are in demand for different reasons. You've got GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. You've got BCPDR, business continuity, procedure, and disaster recovery. You've got, they do the business impact analysis and everything. You have operations. You have engineering. You've got people that are architecting all those things. You've got DevSecOps. You've got a whole bunch of different things. So it's not that one is more in demand than the other. It's just, what are you more drawn to? Wait, you're LGBTQ plus supportive? I'm I. Wait, did my, oh, okay. The mod just count, spam message. I was just like, what? I thought I saw a message disappear. It disappeared for good reasons. All right. I'm trying to get my Sec Plus and Net Plus certs and a cloud security course at Toronto Innovation. Hopefully build home or virtual project in between. Any tips or advice? Yeah. Don't focus too much on the certs, because the problem is, like, I'm not saying certs are necessarily bad, but if you have too many certs and not enough experience, it's going to work against you. Get certs as you gain experience. Don't get the certs to think you'll get the experience. You get the experience by doing the tinkering, doing the field work, and then you build up the certs over there. And this is coming from a guy, all right, that only has one cert. And I only had one cert my entire career, and I've been in the field for 10 years. I only have a CISSP. I have never gone for any other cert than that. I'm going to see about going after CCSP soon. I'm going to start studying for that. Cheers, ginger beer. Shares ginger beer. Sure, let's call it that. It's adult juice. Portuguese adult juice. Ah. Have you tried Lovable? Adderall? I've been on all that stuff when I was younger. So I was diagnosed ADHD when I was like 5 years old, but I'm hoping with my recent reevaluation, maybe I can throw in and prove that I was always on the spectrum this whole time. I've always suspected it. The fact that I'm more comfortable around a lot of my autistic friends than I am around the normies. There's just those moments when you sit around and you're like, wait a minute! Things that make you go, My advanced girl rise. I've been on that. That wasn't bad. But yeah, I gotta go through the whole ADHD official evaluation. Right now, they got me in a non-stimulant one. Oh, and then also, when you get ADHD medication that is a stimulant, apparently they drug test you and all that. Yeah. Gotta do that every 3 months, apparently. Oh, yeah. Speaking of music, I forgot. We must do a tribute to one of the greatest artists that ever lived. You don't know who I'm about to play. I will be very shocked. Get this going. Wait. Hold on. Sorry if you're over on the tube, that is a red colored play button. The music isn't on that side. R.I.P. Ozzy. I unfortunately never got to see him live, but I did get it to at least see Metallica. I got to see Rob Zombie, and a few others this past summer. Ever since Chester Bennington's passed at Linkin Park, I've kind of been trying to make an effort to actually at least go see a lot of my favorite artists since. So just get anything on my portfolio that proved knowledge ASAP, projects on GitHub and such, right? Exactly. You saw Black Sabbath over 10 times? Nice. Yeah, you got to show experience somehow. I started my career off going from Staples Easy Tech to going from Staples Easy Tech to doing a lot of home labbing and stuff. So I would get computers as spare hardware. My manager was pretty cool. And then I'd build like PF Sense boxes and home lab them and make Beowulfs and stuff like that. And then would just put that together. There used to be a blog many years ago. I've taken it down many years ago. Little WordPress one. I use that in part as a resume. And then that helped me break into MSP. The MSP then helped me get leveled up to another job and things like that. Yeah. I used to do computer repair on my own as well. I actually have a video that I recorded about that, like why I left the PC repair business and pivoted. There was also a very short stint of a few months that I was an electrician as well. Look sharp. What pills do you research? Wait, what? The only one I'm really on right now is Wellbutrin, amongst a bunch of other supplements. Like I take the legal mushroom supplements like lion's mane, reishi, cordyceps, things like that. Yeah, sounds right. Diagnosed at 18. They haven't talked about testing me for anything, though. How did that come up? Well, literally, because I went to my doctor and I said I want to get back on ADHD medication. Like, we don't seem to have a diagnosis for you. And I'm like, well, I've been going to you for like a couple decades now. How do you lose something like that? I'm not one of these people that was like self-diagnosed for ADHD. I went and got tested when I was a little kid. And then I've only recently, as in like the past like 10 years or so, suspected I was on the spectrum, but it's one of those things like I'm not going out of my way to go get evaluated and everything for, because it's like, okay, great, so now I know that. What can I do about it? Nothing really. It just explained a lot. So I'm like, well, while I'm at it, let's go 2 for 1. Oh, and then I also pulled up some YouTube videos that I wanted to go through. Have y'all been paying attention to this Iron Mouse v Shoujo drama? One of my buddies brought it up, and now it's, of course, you know, the spies that are the Google gods have rained upon me content about it. And that V Shoujo thing is just so messed up. Apparently, they stole like $500,000 from the charity fundraiser that Iron Mouse had raised, and yeah, this is probably not the proper plier for this. I just need to fix my microphone for 1 second. Hold on, this is just bugging the shit out of me. There we go. Sorry, this was just loose. Oh yeah, Mama, I'm coming home. This was the song that Ozzy, I think, last sang. Hold on, let me fix this. Mama, I'm coming home. You know, he raised like close to $200 million in his final show for charity. The Prince of Darkness has officially done more for charity and to help those less fortunate than most televangelists and megachurches. Just saying. Shots fired! What are the rules, laws that cover playing music in streams? So, my music except for the background music you usually hear me play in most streams, they don't actually get saved to VOD. YouTube doesn't have multi-track, so it doesn't actually, I don't have it pipe out at all to YouTube. But Twitch, and I think my YouTube? Second, advanced. Yeah, so this is going to, pick in YouTube. Hold on. This song must have had a whole different meaning for Ozzy when he sang it again. But yeah, generally when it comes to streaming, you don't want to dump it to your VOD track. That's the main thing you want to be mindful of. It's one of those, like, generally if you're playing it live, it's not as much of an issue. Okay, you want me to stretch? It's only the start of the stream. Although, I will be honest. Let's get on the other camera. Power shot! This angle gives me power. I feel like mighty, like Thor. Hand me Mjolnir! Okay. My back, it's not really so much my back, it is, my, shoulder, because of how I landed on it. Basically, what happened was, I was on the ladder, and I did, like, I think I kind of understand, but I only kind of understand video, yeah. But there will be 4 videos coming, by the way, so, sneak peek, as to what's coming. I just want you to see this, by the way. When I record my videos, I record them on OBS on the Windows box over here. Then I, put them over to, a folder on my NAS. And then I dump the, video here. And there's a script because it goes to my teleprompter. And I read it off the teleprompter with the Sony camera over there. So I have these 4 videos over here. So I'm thinking the first video I'm going to actually edit and release is going to be about Ireland's anti-encryption law, because that's a little bit of a priority. And then I'll release the debt collector stolen data. I may schedule these 2 while I'm at DEF CON. Stagger them out. I told you, this ADHD medicine has given me some pep in my step that I've actually, you know, been more motivated to do things. I've not recorded 4 videos in a single day in so long, and the teleprompter makes things life a lot easier. And not only that, I have a script for a 5th one. All right? The script for the 5th one, Jeffrey Epstein, baby! We have role-based access control issues, apparently, with the FBI's handling of their data with the Epstein files. Apparently, a lot more people, allegedly, had access to the Epstein files inside the law enforcement agency than really should have. So, we're not talking about the whole idea of the Epstein files and Trump, even though he probably is included in them. We're talking about the cybersecurity aspects of them. Yeah, well, I'm on therapy and meds. So, 30 plus 50 is at least a B. I'm still more than passing. Yeah, so I'll have those videos out, and then I'm hoping while I'm at DEF CON, I'll have some other content recorded too. I'm hoping to meet up with some content creators and record some other things. I don't know what specifically they'll be. It'll be like, because this time I have a pocket camera, the DJI pocket camera with the DJI mic, and I have 2 transmitters, so I can possibly talk one-on-one with another creator and record different things. I do know the, most likely the DEF CON shoot content, if anything, is going to be on YouTube, just to make that very clear, because, TikTok kind of frowns on those things, but then again, they've been okay with as long as it's in an official setting. Hey, Twisted Jester, thank you for the sub over there. Why did my, alert sound not play? But thank you for that sub there. I think DEF CON is going to be in Queens, New York. No, it's in Las Vegas. Let me see. Read what. Hold on. Chat's moving fast. But I do believe most need the med treatment is needed to start doing what therapy wants you to do. Should I make the effort to Ansible the shit out of a Dell Power Connect to 10 switch, or just do it manually 10 gigabyte? I mean, if you're using it as a learning project for Ansible, it definitely is beneficial, because I know Ansible is pretty useful in a system administration type of skill. I know our server admin team uses it for a lot of the Linux boxes. It's definitely worthwhile. But that's a personal call, honestly, because you're talking about one box, if I'm not mistaken. It's still worth learning, at least, to have that in your arsenal, and then you can throw it up on your resume. Look, there's a lot of tools and softwares and skills that I've dealt with that I only learned in a home lab that I would have never gotten exposure otherwise. I want that shirt. You can get it at DEF CON. It's just the DEF CON Pride shirt. I also have a DEF CON Pride flag. I meant to put that up during Pride Month to replace my regular DEF CON flag. I just kept forgetting. It's upstairs. I have one. And then I have the regular DEF CON Pride flag, which is just the regular rainbow. This was last year's. But I felt like putting it on today. I don't wear it that often. Okay, I know, very dumb question, but hardening Windows, is that a thing? It's a thing, definitely, when you're watching videos of Mia Khalifa. I'm kidding. There's not much you really can do to harden Windows, unfortunately, aside from, like, installing a good EDR, XDR, at least antivirus, and not doing stupid things, and then putting a network firewall in your network and all that stuff. Microsoft doesn't allow you really much in the way of tuning and hardening it. There's a few settings you can disable in Windows, but there's not all that much you can do to properly harden Windows as to the same effect as you can, say, a Linux or FreeBSD system, or any of the other BSDs, for that matter of fact. China hackers are good these days. They've been good for a little while. What's interesting is when you deal with the Chinese InfoSec community, they actually have such a knowledge gap on a few technologies that we actually have commonplace because they're frowned upon learning. They know of them. They may know the basics, but they don't know too much about them, very honestly, unless you find the Chinese people that have actually studied abroad. Things like VPN, Darknet, things like that. It's very hush-hush. Now, they do know of it in many different circles from what I've talked to different people, but they have to keep it in hush tones. Like, now I'm trying to learn Bash and how to script in Bash using Linux on my laptop. I never would have been interested in that without watching some of your videos. Hey! That's awesome! Happy hacking, my dude. Or dudette. We don't discriminate here. I just want to make this a very clear statement. If I ever call anyone a dude, it is in the gender-neutral sense. You're a dude, she's a dude, he's a dude, we're all dudes. What's the best pre-built brand? It depends on what you're looking at, really. For a lot of people, I actually recommend Lenovo, but you also got Dell. They do all right if we're talking about the mass big box ones. If we're talking about the smaller builders, I definitely like System 76 and Tuxedo Computers. Nova Custom has been catching my eye, but I haven't gotten any of their systems yet, so I can't really speak to them. LOL, quoting Good Burger. Glad somebody got it! Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? You haven't heard of Tuxedo Computers till today's stream? Oh, I have a Tuxedo Computers laptop. It's upstairs on the table. I still got to actually turn it on and do some updates. It's got, here, I can pull up the specs for it, at least over here. It's a nice, sweet little laptop. There's a TikTok video, like, a couple months back, but TikTok sucks at getting scrolling on, so, Tuxedo Computers. Company out of, Germany. Don't buy, I buy power. Yeah, I hear bad things about them. So I did hear they came out with a new Stellaris laptop, which is just slightly better than the one I have now. I think this is the one. Yeah, this one can support 128 gigabytes of RAM. And I think this also has an Nvidia 5000 series in there now. Yeah, this is the higher end one, just slightly better than what I have. But anyway, this is kind of what it looks like. You can do an RGB, you know, keyboard and all that. It's a really nice laptop. Mine's got an AMD Ryzen 8845HS, 8-core, 16 threads, an Nvidia 4070 with, I think, 8 gigabytes of VRAM, 96 gigabytes of DDR5 memory, 2 terabytes of NVMe SSD space, and I have space for another M.2 slot if I want to update later. It's a really, really freaking nice laptop. But yeah, Tuxedo Computers is pretty nice. I just didn't care for Tuxedo OS. Their OS, I tried it for a week or so, and then I just reinstalled Pop OS. I like Pop OS. I'm comfortable with it. The flow works nice for me. It's fine. Hold up. Catching up the chat. Is there over 100 different genders? I don't know. And I don't care. My view in life is, look, does it affect me? No? Cool. Moving on. I hope that people understand what I mean by that. Like, it's not that I'm like, I'm just like, let people do what they want to do to be happy. If it's not affecting you, then what is the damn problem? Can I use Arch Linux to game? You can. I mean, but, you know, if your parents didn't love you that much, you'll use Arch Linux to make up for the attention that you were seeking. I kid. I love you, Arch users. But you are the butt of the joke of the Linux community. You realize that. No hate. But, you know. See? How do you find an Arch user? Don't worry, they'll tell you. Wouldn't mind trying a Framework. I'd like to try their stuff, especially because Framework has a RISC-V motherboard I'd love to slap in. If I could test out Framework with a RISC-V CPU and just try that experience, even if it's a bit underpowered right now because they still need to mature, totally would be for it. I haven't touched the clock app in forever, deleted that shit to protect my attention span. So here's the funny thing. I deleted TikTok off my personal phone, but I have a whole other phone that I have for TikTok. I have a Samsung that has a better camera. That's the primary reason I got it. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm using this phone for TikTok over here. I can delete it off my personal. And my attention span has been a lot better. I am more productive. So the honest truth is, I probably use TikTok at most 20 or 30 minutes a day. And most of the time doing that is uploading my other videos that I do, responding to friends, and sending memes. That, and it feels like TikTok just ain't the same app it used to be. Is Windows good OS for software engineering and programming? Hold on. I'm looking for something. Oh, this is a good song, too. Where the hell did that go? Nope, that ain't it. Oh, there we go. So, is Windows a good OS for engineering and programming? No. It can be when you install Windows Subsystem for Linux. I needed the remote for dramatic effect, okay? I got this remote. I'm gonna use it. I use WSL with Ubuntu at work because that was just the easiest path, and I'm not too much of a RHEL person. I mean, I deploy RHEL at work, don't get me wrong. But I like the Debian way of life, and they wouldn't let me install straight Debian. I don't know why. I should ask for that. But I also have to figure, it took me a while to get Zscaler working with Ubuntu in WSL, and then figuring out how to patch that into the Python libraries and stuff like that. But I think the knowledge, all that should apply. I'll go to endpoint configuration and ask him if I can do that. But, all right, hold on. Hell's machine. Even though I'm a good, wait, hold up. I game on Arch. It can work. I use Arch DTW. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was catching that. Even though I'm a Linux beginner. I wouldn't use Arch as a Linux beginner. Don't scare them off. Okay. Arch users. We're going to pause the music for a second. We're going to have a serious talk. We get it. You like Arch. But don't scare the newbies. Give them something they can use and easily understand. Let them actually enjoy it. Don't scare them off. Gen 2 is user-friendly. Man! Hold on. Let me catch up with the chat. Started purge the Windows drives after spending a month on Linux Mint. God, that OS is slow. Yeah. People do not believe me until they actually live in Linux, then they go back to Windows. Windows will slow down over time. Linux, however, will actually get faster over time because people are making performance patches for it, whereas Windows is bloating it with every single freaking feature update. Oh, you want Candy Crush? You get slower PC. You know, like, it's just crazy there. And Believe me, I was there with a lot of people, even as a longtime Linux user, saying, oh, I built this workstation over here. I'm going to put Linux on one NVMe. I'll put Windows on the smaller NVMe, and then I'll boot into Windows whenever I want. I never did. I booted into it a couple times to change the RGB on this frickin' GPU, and as you can tell by it flipping back, sorry, you can't see it on screen. I realize that's the edge of the screen. I haven't flipped back. I just wiped it and moved on with Linux and said, I will stand with that little RGB over there. I might just end up putting electrical tape over it just to cover it up and call that a day. But I digress. Desktop or laptop, I'm finding myself doing different things on each. That's a personal preference. So I actually have both. I have like a mini laptop here I'm trying to set up, which I need to get the OS set up for. We're going to walk through that today before we get into some drama videos that I wanted to see of the internet with tech and some things going on. Pocket reform. Format. But you're going to find that you're going to want a laptop and a desktop for different reasons. Now, I will tell you honestly, you will get better performance with the desktop overall because you can fit more components in it, as well as get better airflow, so it won't thermal throttle nearly as much if given a good configuration. However, a laptop, of course, is going to be more portable. And, of course, have the capability to have a battery built in for uninterruptible power supply needs. You know what's funny? You ever do that thing where you look up on Google, like, how to do something, and you just realize? Like, no joke. It's yourself. Look at this. I Googled MNT Pocket Reform Reformat. What's the top post from a discussion and forum? Wait, no, not that one. Reinstall Fresh OS on eMMC. What does it say? So what the hell did I do? Okay, so let's see. Ah, they moved things around. I hate when they do that. Oh, no, that was just the top. Never mind. Reform tools. This package contains a collection of la la la. UDEV, Network Manager, Fresh Kernel, Machines, System D. Okay. All right, let's see. Hold on. All right, let's go to the documentation. Shot in the dark. System images. All right, here we are. I think this is it. Okay. Pocket Reform, IMX8M. I think it's this one I need. It's too big for that to read it. Eventually, I'll get the RK3588 over here. Wait. Oh, that's the reform. Never mind. So then, let's see what the README is for this. Okay. Sudo bmap. Wait, why are you using a BMap tool? You can find out the name of the image, blah, 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 blah. Flashing the system image using BMap tool. Here, this is a little easier for me. I use DD. Download the appropriate .imggz image from the pipeline artifacts. Decompress the image using blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's catch up with chat for a sec. You know what I also just realized? My downloads folder needs to be cleared out. Good God, I had so much junk in there. I had like 10 gigabytes of crap. All right, we're going to move this over to, hey, thank you for the follow. Valhalovsky. All right. So for those of you that don't know, I have on my NAS a folder for all of my images. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, this is a lot bigger than the old image. So they've probably changed something. So we're going to make a new folder over here. Old. We'll see how this is. Move that over. We'll put that copy over there. But then what I'm going to do is... Do you have a source folder here? Okay. CP downloads. Pocket reform. We'll bring it over here. No, I should make a new folder over here. Make dir pocket reform. CP. And then let's get the pocket reform. Drop that over here. Let's catch up with chat. I ran a custom Linux OS built by Proteus. Okay, not familiar with that one. Chief, did you look into the news with the 0 days vulnerability with all hosted SharePoint? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Because I've been looking at that for work. It's not really affecting me because we don't really do hosted SharePoint. Who's really hosting SharePoint these days locally? I'm just side-eyeing you. Hold up. Bombastic side-eye. I use RHBTW. Hope DEF CON is fun this year. I've gone the last couple of years, just not this year. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to go this year, but it looks like I probably am going to be able to go. I've got tickets and stuff bought, but yeah. Research BGW. Or maybe a new Lenovo workstation. I like workstations. I like workstations too. Arctic OS. I've heard a couple people use that. I don't. Use Arch for development. Trust me. You will crash and burn if not experience. It's fun though. Sure. If sticking needles in your eyes seems like fun. Alright. Got pop on a USB. Say goodbye to Windows. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Or, better yet. First off, fuck your bitch in the click you claim. I feel like the sounds are not that loud right now. I use whatever distro is most functional in what I'm doing. If I need thorough security and enterprise support, Alma Red Hat based OS. Personal use with less security orientation, Debian Ubuntu based. But if I wanted a game, don't know. I'm out of my depth, just dipping my toes in the water. I've been gaming fine on Pop OS. I use Pop OS for a lot of my basic stuff. If I need security, I use Cubes OS. Cubes OS with a mix of Fedora and Ubuntu and Debian images. Fedora and Debian images. What? Ain't no worky. We're gonna unzip that. WSL, dude. WSL plus Docker equals life. I have a WSL of rel. If you're forced on Windows, yeah. WSL plus Docker equals life if you're forced on Windows. WSL is not Linux. It's not an OS inside Windows. It is an OS inside Windows. I don't know how I have to explain this to you, but it is an OS inside of it. If, Cygwin. If Cygwin is still Linux inside of Windows, and it's a more bastardized way of doing Linux inside of it, then Windows Subsystem for Linux is still Linux inside of it. What would you call a virtual machine running inside of Windows? If it's Linux. It's still Linux. And what is Windows Subsystem for Linux basically doing? Running a virtual machine. I'm glad that I have Linux on my development machine. Every Linux is a professional Microsoft user because everyone makes us pretty much. Started on Debian. I'm more familiar with it, but I've been hard forcing myself to get used to RHEL for a MSP position I was consulting on. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. If you want to make it easier, play with Fedora in your home lab. If you don't want to pay for Red Hat licensing, it's relatively similar. Of course, you're going to have to deal with the licensing, differences between them. Linux is just mainframe from 70? No. If you think that's what a mainframe is, you have no idea what a mainframe is. And mainframes run ZOS, by the way. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we got to plug in an SD card. All right. Hit my keyboard on accident. I like Pop OS coming from Windows side of things. It's a little bit different, but the workflow's a lot better. But I like the Mac OS kind of flow of things, too. Mac OS had a nice GUI. I just think they kind of, did some stupid decisions with it, and a lot of their decisions they did. Trying to figure out which one. I'm gonna be lazy and do this way. Is it not seeing my disk? I wonder if that SD card's bad. Here, let's get one of these PNYs over here. I need to run the Micro Center before I head out to DEF CON. There we go. Yeah, it was a bad SD card. Okay, so you are Dev SDD. Oh, did I? All right, so we're going to do sudo dd if equals pocket reform of dev SDD block size of 8 megs status equals progress. All right, let's catch up on chat. Linux Mint. Got me thinking of installing Arch because that's the one I see everyone talking about. Don't do that. Do you like yourself, Cinti? If you install Arch, you'll be... you'll be going for the attention that your parents never gave you. I'm kidding. Install whatever you want, but I wouldn't start out with that. I feel like people go on Arch just because they want to be different. My favorite. I looked at Arch and proceeded to turn around and not use 78% more time for a little payoff versus what I needed task-wise. WSL is real Linux running on Windows processes. Yep. It's not real Linux unless it's LFS with none of the GNU utils. Oh, joke. I was gonna stay Stabby. What's the best Linux version to install for a total beginner then? I personally like Pop OS. That's the operating system I'm using. I think that it works pretty nice out of the box, that you don't really need to do much configuring and tinkering. Nvidia even works out of the box with it. They do testing with the Nvidia drivers before it gets pushed out to prod. But I hear people like Linux Mint too. The issue that I have with Linux Mint isn't really an issue with Linux Mint per se. It's that it's, you know, comfortable for Windows users to adapt to. But I see that as a detriment because Windows users, I think, don't understand just how bad the user experience and user interface is of Windows. And there's much better options out there. Go and experiment. I mean, sure, start with Linux Mint, but go experiment. Easiest way to learn PowerShell, use it. Make yourself projects in PowerShell. If you're good with another language, start programming in that language, then go to ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever, and then have it translate those things over and see if they work for you. That's how I did it very often, because I'm a bit better with Bash than PowerShell. PowerShell is kind of like my weakness, but I do use it at times. I have to, unfortunately. But if given the option, I would probably code a lot of things that work in Python, which I do. Like, nobody asked for Copilot and Minecraft pre-install. Wait. They pre-install Minecraft now? What IDE do I use? I use Visual Studio Code. I know I'm a heathen! But I do like VS Code. It's a little bit easier to use, and I can plug it into all my different things. Windows is the best for chucking baseballs through. What about Raspberry Pi 4.5? I have plenty of Raspberry Pi 4s. I don't have many 5s. I don't really have any. I went to the Pine 64s and stuff. They were just in such short supply that I kind of switched and looked alternatives to Raspberry Pi. Like Mint, used it for many years, but I want to go to Arch now. It'll be my main system to development, gaming, etc. Good luck patching a lot of your things, and then watching when you don't update your system for a while to do an update to brick your entire system. Make sure you have plenty of backups. And Don't talk to anyone anymore because you'll be spending a lot of time working on your system. I'm joking. It's not that bad as Gen 2. But seriously, I used to do Arch. It's just so much freaking work. I just want to use my computer, get my apps running, and then be done with it. I'd rather have a desktop Linux system and a MacBook. MacBooks are still limiting even when it goes for my on-the-go stuff. I mean, let me put it this way. Apple still can't make a tiny laptop with a mechanical keyboard. Mechanical key! Is it thick? Yes. But think about it this way, ladies. It's purple, fits in your purse, and heavy enough to whack as a weapon. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, did I really just do that? IntelliJ is great, trust me. Well, if I recall, IntelliJ is more of a, what do you call it? Isn't that JavaScript and stuff like that? I know people at work use it. We just don't in our side of the business. Everyone in cyber, is in my department at least, is using VS Code. We allow IntelliJ, excuse me. Sorry, I'm like very gassy all of a sudden from this adult juice. But we allow IntelliJ. We have documentation for it. I've just never used it. We're still waiting for this to unzip. Zip it. Doo 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 doo. Ding ding. Doo 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 doo. I like VS Code, but honestly never really mess with any others. I like the little pet extension. There's a pet extension. Is it like, okay, let me ask you this. Does it actually turn your partner into a pet? Or are we talking like, I'm sorry, I'm going on a really bad tangent right now. Anyway, going on. And they mainly want it for development. IntelliJ is great, trust me. I mainly want it for development and casual browsing. I have a gaming PC that I can keep for now. VS Code is a big community, but that runs quite slow on my sys. Oh, you have to have a pretty anemic system for it to run quite slow. Yeah. What's up? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I do need to clean this desk off. It's getting a bit ridiculous. I've been cleaning up the rest of the house, though. I cleaned my room. I'm a big boy now. Get close up with that plate. Hold up. All right. I want the white people to take note of this. All right. Do you see what this is? These are called spices. You should try them sometime, white people. And to be clear, I'm Moroccan. I can say that. Looks like we got Berber on here. Little chili. That's chicken, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let me, let's see. I'm catching up on the chat. That's still unzipping. I have an extra MacBook that I was thinking of installing Linux on since I don't have a Windows laptop. You can do a Sahi Linux on a MacBook. I don't know how it'll fare. I just haven't had a Mac in a decade. Yeah, it's been a decade since I had a Mac. I have a Mac at work for testing. For all the people that are like, hey, you've never used an M series Mac and you don't know how it's great and all this stuff. I have 3 4 laptops at work. I have 2 test laptops, one for Active Directory situations, one for Intune situations, and a MacBook. And then I have my laptop that I use every day. I have a MacBook with an M-series CPU. I have to use it for testing for CrowdStrike and Zscaler things inside of a Mac. I'd still rather use Windows with subsystem for Linux. I always use VS Code, but I'm actually working with NeoVim. Same dude, I build my final year project fully in Vim. See, one does not escape Vim. You merely get trapped in their dimension and just kill the entire program to escape. Vim is too much. Most I can give you is VI. Wicked. Actually transitions from Cursor to a VS Code to Cursor AI. The tab completion is good. I always realize that after I have like 100 plus gigabyte in ISO files and random application installers, I then throw them on the 10 terabyte array for the NAS. What's funny is that at work, we don't have Vim, only VI. Yeah, that makes sense. Make dir, some big name, and CD, and underscore. I used VI back in the early 90s, so honestly, the muscle memory is pretty good with it. Yeah. What helped you guys use Vim learn it? Not having a personal life. Oh, Cinty Pinky's apparently grabbing some food. Being forced to use it. I still get stuck in Vim, with jail on occasion. I can understand that. It was the sadist. Wait, your employer actually had you use Vim? Hey, Seeknay, how's it going, bud? I'm running Linux on Windows on iOS on a Linux box. Kidding. I was gonna say. Where are you guys from? I'm from the state of denial. What Linux OS is good for someone wanting to move from Windows OS? So I personally use Pop OS. It's pretty user-friendly and beginner-friendly for a lot of people. And, of course, it's capable for professionals and things like that. But I hear people also like Linux Mint. I just like Pop OS for all the polish that it has around it. I'm really waiting for the Cosmic Desktop environment. I think that's going to be a huge improvement over GNOME. But, yeah. How's the ham radio install coming together? I got a lot of the things together, but I think I'm going to be finishing it up after DEF CON because I fell off a ladder and I want to get a scissor lift. And I have to figure out a day that is good in the middle of the week for a scissor lift to be delivered for me to rent it for a day so I can use it for a couple hours. And then I can set up the 2 antennas on the roof like I've planned. And I'll probably do that after DEF CON. It's just, I could do it next week probably, but it's one of those things like I'm going to set it up and then just go straight to DEF CON. Nah, let me do that when I get back from DEF CON. I also have a vector network analyzer coming in. So that was one thing I forgot to get. So we're going to do at least some VNA to analyze the SWR and the antenna as a whole before I actually set that up with the radio, especially because my SWR meter is back ordered until November. I was picking a diamond antenna SX600, which could do UHF, VHF, and HF. F mainframe, I never want to deal with M204. Yellow was over here trying to emulate M204 in Java. Ooh. I've never really touched mainframes except for like a very, very brief thing a couple of times. I think it'd be interesting to at least experience and understand it, but I haven't had the opportunity to do it. Last year at B-Sides, though, when I was in Vegas before DEF CON, there was this really nice lady that actually gave an excellent presentation on mainframe security, and it was really eye-opening, and I kind of was envious of her because she has so much time to actually, not time, but exposure to mainframes, and it's a technology not a lot of people can actually, you know, get their hands on. So, I was a little bit envious of her. Nothing beats Apple Silicon and Mac OS. I beg to differ. RISC-V and Linux. Or just Linux on anything. Or, you could even put Apple Silicon with Linux. Aha! Don't knock my daily driver fork. I love my Mac. I will knock your Mac. I will take your Mac and knock you out. Mama said knock you out. Mama, I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you out. No, I'm kidding, Signe. Also, Fedora is what I installed on the Optiplex 3050 MFF I've been toying with. Alma is what I've been putting in my dev VMs and for working on Ansible Terraform. Nice. Thoughts for Fedora and prayers, please. I tinker with Fedora in my VMs on Cubes OS. I think it's a pretty decent operating system. I like the fact that, you know, certain things have to be signed in a certain way. Thank you for the follow, All Out Noob. There's actually no food channel to post the noms. Oh, we should totally do that. Papa West is good for beginners too. Ubuntu has a lot of support and guides to get you going. Yep, that's why I like it. Could always play around with a live CD or something. That is true. Any books you can recommend for learning, Chief? Newbie? The honest truth is, I don't really have many books that I recommend because the problem is that a lot of the things that I tinker with, they come out before books can be made. You have to understand, by the time a book is made for a lot of things, it's a few years behind. Now, if you want to, you know, there's a book that I can actually recommend, come to think of it. All right? Some of my fam over here is going to know where I'm going with this. It's called LFS. So Linux from scratch is not an operating system per se. It's a guide to learn how to make, oh, not that, your own operating system. You read this, give yourself like maybe a week or two. You can build your own operating system and learn so much about how Linux is actually put together. The best advice I have for when it comes to a lot of Linux stuff is, and here's another one that I actually recommend, the pfSense documentation. If you actually go read the pfSense documentation, which is the firewall that I use, you'll actually notice in the beginning they have a section for networking concepts. This is actually how I learned a lot of my base networking concepts out here. And then home lab, tinker, join communities, pick brains of other people. The other thing I will also recommend is if you go to the general section of the Discord here, which, by the way, if you're not a member of, you should join. It's free. On the pin post here, HBX posted a video, a link here for a PDF a few months ago. And there's so many different labs out here for so many different things you can do to learn. Almost all of this is using open source software. So the only expense you might have is the hardware to run the thing on. But you have virtualization, easy opening up, learning a lot of concepts out here. So yeah, those are some great things that I would recommend. And just remember, you're going to learn more from breaking than you will from fixing. So don't be afraid to break some things. It's a learning opportunity. It's frustrating at the time, but you walk away with the learning lesson. Just don't put videos on TikTok or you'll get banned. Actually, I find it funny. I posted videos of me at the range shooting with Yitz, and then Seekney gets banned for teaching arrays in PowerShell. I can whip out an AR-15 at a gun range and be fine. And then Seekney's like, oh, I'm going to whip out these assault codes over here. And chicken. Get your chick on! Pardon me, I haven't had dinner today. For advanced users, I love Ubuntu server? Or do you mean Ubuntu? NetBeans? I haven't heard of NetBeans in a minute. Yeah, it's definitely plowed on the spices here. Gotta cut that with some lemon juice here. Because we're out of lime. Okay, cool. We has SD! Ah! Why the hell did I just do that? Dreamer, a dream. Okay, so. Yeah. Hey, mods, if you're around, remind me to make a food channel in the Discord. I thought there's one in the Matrix server. Yeah, we have one in the Matrix server. We just don't have one in the Discord. Huh. Wait, there is? Oh, in the Matrix, yeah, but not in the Discord. There's far more people in the Discord, but not in my Matrix server. So for those of you not aware, I have a Matrix server and a Discord server. My Matrix server is my Matrix server. If Discord ever goes belly up or decides to crap the bed, we still have Matrix. Matrix is a decentralized chat platform. I need to try out Matrix. I haven't used it before, but wanted to make some friends that use it. Yeah, you can join that. I know Louis Rossman runs a Matrix server, too. I love spicy food. Oh, I love spicy food, too, don't get me wrong. But, I'm at the point where habaneros are good. You know what I mean? Like, so when I say it's a little spicy, I'm already blowing people out of the water. I've gone and taken the Hot Ones challenge. We'll have to do that one day on stream. I'm gonna have to get all 10 hot sauces. I'll get the one of these seasons, and we'll have me do it. Because at work, we've done this as a tradition. Where every time there's a season out, we get Cyber together, and we commiserate over the heat. I'm one of the few that can make it through all 10. The problem with the Hot Ones challenge is this. The flavors can be good up to like 6 or 7, then at that point, you're basically just... It's just heat for the sake of heat. There's like no flavor. If we're posting food to the pork, maybe I'll show off my pulled pork. Yeah, talking about pulling pulled pork in there. Wait, let me get the sound up right. Fuckers! Catch up. Have you seen the beefy System 76 laptop? Yes, I actually have a shirt from System 76 as well, and I have a System 76 laptop as well. Should I use a middle, is the state of denial close to the state of misery? Yeah, we share a river. In fact, it's a Nile. Should I use a middle severe to take the request from the front end of the front end community? What's the back? I'm not understanding what you're saying, Obscure, there. I am sorry. I am trying to understand that. Should I use a middle server to take requests from the front end instead of the front end communicating with the back end servers? It depends on what you're trying to do. I'm trying to break down what you're talking about. Like, give me... I'm sorry. I'm doing my best here. It depends on what you're really trying to do, and it depends on the model you're trying to perform. But yeah, it'd be funny to take over a channel for a day and just post food. Food's always welcome in my server. I'll main your frame. You make my shower stall. You make my ear lobe. But sometimes you make my head ache. Fedora's alright, yeah, it is. I'm a Debian user that uses NVIM, but unfortunately at work I do ICS, so mainly Windows. Makes sense. Yellow had an IBM mainframe. It cost $5 million to move it across Kansas City to the new off-site location. Only 12 companies use M204 left. Really? Thanks from scratch. I'll operate your system. Kinky. Get a distro, break it, and learn to fix it. It's always a great way to learn. America. I guess that was in response to the fact that I can go on TikTok and I can actually bring out an AR-15 in a gun range, and then Seeknay's over there showing deadly arrays in PowerShell. And he gets banned. Think of the children when you make those PowerShell arrays, Seeknay. I'm sorry. Sir, kindly talk about Fedora WS42 fingerprint on T480s. I haven't really touched the T480 in a minute, but Fedora's alright. Had to use NetBeans in college. Every time I hear NetBeans, I think of like those NetBeans, like the actual like beans. Did you ever hear about the NetBeans currency or whatever it was? There was an actual digital currency before blockchain even existed in cryptocurrency. NetBeans currency, I think it was. Every time I hear NetBeans, I think of this. And it is a, what was the thing? This is like scrubbed from the people's, beans. There we go. Beans. This. In 1998 to 2001, this was actually a thing. They were trying to do an internet currency back then. Like, before blockchain and all that. It blew up. But yeah, this was the thing. Every time I hear NetBeans, my brain just instinctually goes to this. I wonder if there's anyone that's actually used this stuff that it's like, you'd probably have to be kind of a boomer or a Gen X to actually have used this stuff. But apparently there's this whole thing that, it was in 15 countries. Yeah. I also had to use code blocks. That vaguely sounds familiar. Where? I need to try out the Matrix Avenue. Oh, yeah, I already answered that. Louis Rossman is interesting. Bugs me sometimes and overtalks. Yeah, well. That's because he's from New York. He's a New Yorker. They just are kind of grating. But honestly, he was a big reason that I actually got into repairing hardware as much as I did, as deep as I did for a time. I used to do cell phone repair. Until, until my dad gave me the lesson that I'm basically just competing against bigger stores and computers and phones and all that are just a commodity, not a specialized product anymore. I feel sorry for computer shops these days. Because there's not really a computer guy or a computer repair shop. If you do, they're kind of moving away from consumer repair into managed services because there's not really any money in computer repair. There's money in like data recovery labs and stuff like that. Like specialized things, but there's not really much money in the way of consumer repair of laptops, of desktops. Once upon a time, I thought I would do custom gaming computers and everything like that for years, but eventually it hit me. There's no money in it. Their margins are very small on hardware. The money is made in labor. Personally, I'm not a big hot sauce fan. I am. I'm bringing hot sauce with me to DEF CON. I'm gonna be that guy. Like, okay. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton, brought out the hot sauce to try to appease people? Like, who do you think she's kidding? Does she seem like the hot sauce carrying type? No, she does not. I am. Oh, and I'll share this with you. Do you know what my favorite brand is? And I'll tell you how I found out about them. My favorite brand is this company in Colorado. I'm trying to find some other stuff that's a bit more local. Pex Peppers. Now, originally I found them because back in the day, they actually accepted cryptocurrency. Their hot sauce was my first ever IRL purchase with cryptocurrency. Like something that gave me physical. I actually use Bitcoin to get hot sauce. Specifically, one that they keep selling out of every time I freaking look back at this page. But, oh no, they got it right here, B-Bomb. B-Bomb is one of my favorites, but it's mild. It's like really mild. Like, okay, for some people it's spicy because it's jalapenos, a 3 out of 10. I've been upgrading now to their limited edition. I love this stuff, and I always buy a few bottles whenever it comes out. Cosmic Peach. This is made with bright and juicy peaches from Palisade, Colorado are utilized to bring out the stone fruit notes of the orange habanero chili pepper, and it's all backed up with a smattering of Pueblo wildflower honey to give you a superior peachy flavor that's out of this world. Yeah, this is my favorite hot sauce here. I bought 4 bottles of that. I'm bringing one with me to DEF CON. But the B-Bomb can go, like, on everything, but it's a mild hot sauce. Again, mild to me, but I've been dealing with a lot of people that are like, it is flaming hot. You know, to white people. But yeah, they have a lot of good hot sauces here. They have some that are, like, out of this world hot. Like this right over here, Killer Swarm. There was someone that kept stealing my lunch, and I put a bunch of this in it. Little bit of nom-noms in the Matrix. What you put down there? Oh, I see. Ooh, nice steak. Did you season it all? I see a little seasoning. I see a little bit of seasoning. Nice. Got the peppers there. What was that, ramen? Looks like a nice little meal. But yeah, medium rare, that's the way to go. Swapped over to Twitch again from TikTok. Thoughts on wearables from a cybersec perspective. Wearables are fine so long as they can be updated, and it really depends on what you define as wearables. So some of these wearables, you know, have Wi-Fi connections, things like that. That's the thing I would be mindful of. I wear an Apple Watch. Obviously, I have an iPhone. I've been playing with the idea of switching to Graphene OS full-time. I've been waiting for the Pixel 10 to possibly entertain that full fact on. What? What's this?
Honey vanilla, cakes, kind of like Madeline's with Hawaj and a honey dip, because I didn't make anything for your birthday.
Oh, thank you. Did you make fucking tea cakes? And there's honey with halage. It smells good. Yeah, the puppers is there. Yo, Barack. He just like dived right over the box that's right there with the ham radio equipment. What's that? What's that? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn this on. The proof point box.
Bluetooth mode.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a dessert he made. So he had made little tea cakes, apparently. with honey and hawaj. Hawaj is like a little bit of spice we use in the Middle East. We had a friend recently come back from Israel and pick up that for us. Although they stole my fucking za'atar I wanted. I need za'atar spice. Let's ghost pepper chili oil in the ramen. The steak is seasoned well and smoked on an egg. Ooh, that sounds great. What Aussie album are we playing right now? It says it's Blizzard of Oz. Tell him I need a plate, LOL. That looks yummy. Come on over! So Hawaj is a Yemeni spice blend traditionally used in soups and coffee. Yes, you can throw this in coffee, and we have done that. But also versatile for many dishes. It exists in both savory and sweet versions, with the savory blend often used in soups, stews, and marinades, typically containing cumin, black pepper, turmeric, and cardamom. The sweet version, known as Hawaj for coffee, is used in baking and beverages. The savory and sweet version is, yeah, okay. All right, but I actually had some videos queued up for you guys that I actually was saving for later. So, let's go through these little YouTube videos here. So, we're gonna pause the Oz. In a sec. The steak was the most tender one I ever made, family farm. I haven't been able to reproduce it since. The ghost pepper oil was like a teaspoon because 1 teaspoon, 32-ounce almond seems to be the right ratio to not just be pain and actually get flavor. Nice. All right. So we had a few videos that I had actually teed up here. I started listening to one, but I'm like, I should probably listen to this with my fam. Y'all. Okay, first off, I want to say before I pause the Oz music, I'm kind of getting annoyed at how saturated the pirate software hate content is going. Like this Quinthio guy that I'm watching, like I just want to show this. It's been kind of ridiculous. Like if you go look at his videos, it's like nothing but pirate software for 3 weeks. It's like pirate software, Ludwig, pirate, Logan, pirate, 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 pirate. Like it's a little bit insane. So, and this guy's been one of the most prolific guys getting the videos out there on pirate software. I mean, he's definitely content farming. Some of this stuff I feel like is just getting a little bit of a stretch with pirate software, with the hate. Like, let me put it this way. Obviously, there's been a few things I've said that I don't care about, things like that. But I've had stupid complaints that I've had to push back on. Like, people are like, well, I'm not going to call him Thor because his name is... And I'm like, look, if somebody wants to be called a certain name, as long as it's not something megalomaniac, and in this case, it seems like it was actually part of his actual name, what's the big deal? I mean, let me put it this way. My friends can be called whatever they want. Just because I have a disagreement with them doesn't mean I'm going to dead name them or whatever. They want to be called a certain name, that's fine. I have many people that have middle names that they would rather go by than their first name. That's cool too. You know? Just because someone's a dick doesn't mean you have to be as well. They're a pop topic person. They get their views by bagging with the hot topics. Yeah, totally. But I spoke to Pirate Software's ex-roommate. That one caught my eye. So let's roll this.
I believe
Make sure I got the audio going. Do y'all hear the audio from the PC? Just make sure. It's paused right now, but
that
yeah, there we
the
go.
reason that
Audio's
Kronos
going.
gave was insincere. That is my personal belief. You
Right.
know, they're getting money on top of buying these bits. They're essentially getting bribed to do this. So to me,
Of course, they're
that's
hooking you
illicit.
in.
To me, that should absolutely be a bannable
So the
offense.
little bit that I
But
did
Twitch is
watch,
not
apparently they worked with them
Recently, I posted
while
a
at
video
Blizzard
talking about
and
Pirate
lived with them.
Software seeming
He'll
to
talk
collude
about
with
it.
his lead moderator Kronos to inflate and extend the duration of his hype train. Now, if you'd like more info on this
Cool.
situation, here's a link to said video. But to continue on, I had told you guys that I would potentially be speaking with a lawyer.
So he's talking about the apparently there's some situation going on. Pardon my mouth being full. Dinner time. Where apparently he was allegedly paying his mods to do the bits and subs to keep his hype train going for some, I don't know. It all I get what people are talking about, but it's like just yeah.
As well as the fact that I'd reached out to someone that was working with Twitch. Now, that lead ended up falling short with the person working at Twitch, but I got very lucky and ended up running into someone who had worked at
I got
Twitch
some other
for
videos
8
after
years
this,
and
too.
actually had expertise with the terms of service. Their name here is Eludiana, and they were also an ex-Blizzard employee as well as ex-Twitch. And now what's even more interesting is they
Oh, you got an ex-Blizzard employee? Well, I can top that. I got the first, second generation Blizzard employee. I'm kidding.
were working with Pirate Software when he worked at Blizzard. Matter of fact, she was his kind of higher up, but not only that, she was also an ex-roommate of his, and she has a lot to talk about. Now, for the sake of you guys, the viewers, I wanted to break this down. So in this video, we're specifically going to be going over the Twitch terms of service breakages. So that's what's going to be in the contents of this video, and then I'll be releasing a secondary video.
Okay,
to
the Twitch
go
terms
over
of service
her
breakages. I guess
experiences
that's
with
what we're
him
gonna go
as
over so I can
roommate,
understand
as
this a
well
little
as
better.
working with him. And you'll get to hear about how he would choose not to do his job and instead would browse Reddit. Yeah, last 10 seconds before we jump.
See, if I browse Reddit at work, it's usually work related because there is a lot of good cybersecurity Reddits, like the CrowdStrike subreddit where you get Falcon queries and stuff like that. I saw some screenshots of him talking to a mod and taking bits, etc. on his channel. Yeah, I saw that screenshot as well. It's one of those things where I think the straw that broke the camel's back was stop killing games and that whole thing, and then it came back full circle, and if he just would have admitted, look, I was wrong. We all make mistakes. Let's just make that very clear. No one's perfect. He who is without sin cast the first stone. You know, that whole thing. I know, weird for a Jewish guy to quote that, but anyway. He went to Reddit at work. I have never, ever done that before. There's a difference between going on Reddit and if what he's saying is they would rather browse Reddit than do work. That's a difference.
Consider subscribing, really helps out the channel, and it's just a click for you guys. And like the video if you end up finding the information useful, want to help boost it in the algorithm, it really does help me a great deal. But with all that being said, hope you enjoyed the video and enjoyed the interview. So let's kind of shift
My
our focus
coworkers
over
take
to
job
talking
interviews
about
for jobs at
more
other
recent
companies
stuff.
at
The
work.
recent video that I had done had kind of brought to light that there was some.
I don't think I have those kind of balls.
Between Pirate Software and his lead moderator Kronos that are kind of, I would say, clearly implying that they were kind of working together. Matter of fact, even with the previous messages that Kronos showed, one of which is edited, and apparently he's just not available right now, but in the next few days I should be able to see when he edited that message. But regardless, this hype train was kept alive by, at the very least, from what we see here, Kronos. And I went through in that video and did quite a hefty amount of speculation, and where that specifically there was part of that with the terms of service, and that is kind of a bit of why we got in touch. If you could, so what is your experience with Twitch?
Yes, he was speculating prior, so we'll get some
Okay,
answers
this
here.
is the fun part. So I was the sole UX writer for Twitch. What that means is I touched every department at Twitch. That includes things like terms of service enforcement, That includes all of the contracts. I dealt a lot
Okay.
with trying to convince a lot of the teams that they needed to be more explicit with their terms, and a lot of
So
the
at least a little
time,
bit better
they
than
weren't.
just a random
They wanted
person.
to be as concise as possible, which makes sense because users don't want to read anything. Like, that is just a thing. So we have to
The fact that Blizzard can slip in the Gettysburg Address and nobody notices it for years. Yeah, nobody reads terms of services.
understanding in the terms of service that things need to be taken more or less.
Okay, so Twisted Jester. Spending downtime at work, browsing Reddit forums, is fine. Because the key word there is downtime. It's downtime. You can't really do anything. But if what he's saying is true, that we'll find out in the video, that he would rather browse Reddit than actually do work, that's not the same as downtime. Look, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Mastodon, I check my phone with Discord and hang out with the community during my downtime too. Don't get me wrong. But when I'm working, I'm working. That's the difference.
Literally, when we're
One guy
speaking
went
on
to my friend to
terms
transfer his
of
resume because she had
numbers,
USB
we mean
privileges.
things like view counts. It means the actual functional numbers.
careful, 'cause they can
that
monitor those
would
things in the EDR and
actually
XDR.
matter for metrics. Like, it has nothing to do with things like donations, like
Or a
bid
hype train
counts,
level.
or a hype train level.
Okay.
Like, it should not have anything to do with that, because hype train is one of those very pay to win systems. If you
Right.
can pay to win, you pay to win. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Okay.
Now, there is something to be said about if Pirate himself was using an alt account to inflate the numbers, that could potentially be an argument. But if it was his mods, it is not unusual for mods themselves to contribute to hype
And I
trains.
see plenty
So
of
if they
mods
do
doing
in
that,
the
but that's
first
if they do it of
place,
their own
they're
volition.
more than welcome to sustain the hype train.
So it's not typical.
Yeah, I
for
would
mods
never
to go
do
out of their way
anything
to
on a
create an
company
alternate
system network I
account
wasn't
to do
comfortable
this.
with my boss seeing.
There
Exactly.
are, and I don't want to say this is normal. Like,
Sure.
And
this
I'm
is
in charge
not
of these
something that everybody
systems.
does. However,
But there's other
something
people in
that
ops that have
some
the
people
visibility
will
that I do.
elect to do, especially if they want to protect their privacy. You'll see this with, let's say, e-girls. All right, like, people will create alt accounts to give huge donations to certain accounts that they don't necessarily want to have attention drawn to their mains with, whatever the
Dan
reason
Clancy!
may be behind
Sorry.
it. I believe that the reason that Kronos gave was insincere. That is my personal belief.
I actually agree with you, and the reason
Yeah.
that I agree with you is because 100 tier 1 subs had already been donated by his main account, which he said as much
Yes.
about.
And also, if you're creating an alternate account, you do not say, this is my alternate account.
Which, yeah, he's a grown-ass man. He can do what he wants with his money. I don't
enough.
think I've ever heard of a grown-ass man receiving a paycheck and then taking part of that check and handing it back to his boss. But I digress. That's just a goofy, funny little thing.
It's a
we're
goofy thing. And honestly, if he wanted to lie about it, he could say, I wanted the emote on 2 accounts.
Yeah, there
better
are so
liar.
many better excuses. Yeah. Okay, so this
I
was
knew a guy who
the
downloaded
first
hundreds of
main point that I
gigabytes
brought
of
up.
data
And
while
so
on
the
a
reason
company
I
internet
was-
got
I
in
was
trouble,
looking
but
at this
because he
specific
used
point
his
here,
.k
is selling
domain.
yourself trading, bartering, or transferring bits to other users to Twitch in
got
exchange for a
skipped.
real or virtual currency. Now, the reason I use this is because, and I actually didn't know this at the time, but the assumption was based on the the verbiage that they used in their discussion. It implied that they were trying to get the best return for the streamer, which would end up being better for Kronos when it turned. Now, I did just find out recently that it was established for that hype train that the moderators were going to be receiving half of that hype train's proceeds.
Okay.
That was announced publicly. Matter of fact, it's on the Discord. I now have access and screenshots of that message. And so Kronos, alongside the other moderators, knew full well that they would be receiving half the money that was being sent here. So now that 80% share makes a lot more sense that they were discussing it. because that meant that they were going to get more money back after giving it to the hype train.
Yeah, but those returns actually I think are with respect to the transaction value of bits, because there's an exchange rate. The return on the actual purchase of bits versus what the streamer gets, because the streamer gets 100% of the bits when they're directly donated. The difference is
Okay.
if they're donated through an extension, which I think they were talking about extensions. If they're donated like through the soundboards and things like that,
Sure.
then
Interesting.
the extension maker obtains a portion of that.
Is that the 20% or the 18%?
That's
good to know.
That's whichever percent. I can't remember exactly the percent, but that's where the extra cut comes from. Otherwise, the bits are a one-to-one donation. So if you donate 100 bits after purchase to a streamer, they get 100 bits. Period.
Interesting. Okay, so
Because you've already paid that transaction fee.
that makes sense. So then in turn, well, I think we can then chalk that up. So the reason that the bit percentage that they were talking about was brought up is because they were using text-to-speech. Would that have been a
I
third party?
believe so.
Okay.
But then for the other terms here, if
Maybe it
we're
depends on
making
how you do the
Yes,
text to
like
speech.
real or virtual currencies, this pertains to something like Robux. That's real or virtual currencies, like any of those virtual currencies.
So like giving
WoW
bits
Gold.
to a creator in exchange for Robux.
You're giving me bits for WoW Gold. Can't
Okay.
do that.
Again, so the main reason that I was focusing on is like for that.
Would people actually do that? Give you bits to get WoW Gold? Oh, I guess people are paying real money for WoW Gold, and there's like a whole currency conversion system, and people in other countries were actually farming WoW Gold all day long so that they could actually, I guess,
For that
never
real
mind.
currency. So I would say what you're arguing here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that even though Kronos
had to think
at
that out
this
loud.
point understood that he would be getting a return of the money that was donated through the hype train, whether it be through bits, donations, etc., subs, even with him knowing that fact and then donating to the stream, in his head, or the way that he's understanding it, or maybe that pirate, or, you know, just for the hypothetical, they know that they are donating these bits, and in return, they're going to be receiving half of the funds that come back, or as that's dispersed among the moderators. Even with that kind of like thought process, that doesn't change the fact that at a fundamental level on the Twitch service, it was not a direct exchange for finances.
That's what I'm worried about. Like that's
Okay.
the way that Twitch should enforce it, but that's not how this is written.
Okay.
That's the massive thing about the terms of service. These are the things that I was constantly fighting while I was at the company, because they
Well, Twitch's terms of service are kind of weird. They need to get with the times and modernize a lot of things because they're a little bit restrictive for even me. There's a reason why I don't show my chat on stream because it's pulled into multiple sources. YouTube, Kick, and TikTok don't seem to care about merged chat, from my understanding. Twitch does. That's the only reason I don't merge the chat.
to be
Well, I have it
honest,
merged over here, just not on
because,
here.
Yes, they are making these bits donations in lieu of a payout later on. Like they know they're going to get paid back, and not just reimbursed. They're getting a paycheck for this work. You
right.
know, they're getting money on top of buying these bits. They're essentially getting bribed to do this. So to me, that's illicit. To me, that should absolutely be a bannable offense. But Twitch is not going to enforce it because
Twitch doesn't enforce
they
half their
were
crap.
not using bits to exchange directly for money.
Even
Like,
if this is like, okay, well, we'll work around the rule. There's no, well, we're not planning to go forward and like edit the rule to make it more specific because they prefer conciseness over covering
they didn't
Look, there's so much crap that Twitch should ban people for under their own terms of service with many other creators, and they still don't follow through on that. A lot of times because big creators get protected more. And even when they do get punished, it's such minor bans that slaps on the wrist. Oh, you know, you get a day ban for threatening people or stuff like that. It's kind of sickening.
10,000 bits for an Apple gift card.
That's
It's
all
messed-
this is planned to cover.
It is seriously messed up.
Okay, well, totally
I
fair.
genuinely hope that I am wrong. The way that this is written and the way that this has been enforced, unless there is an actual transaction taking place, there is no way that this would be enforceable.
Okay.
It really does suck because I completely agree with you. That is how it should be enforced. There was collusion. There was a payout here.
Yes,
Yeah.
the thing that makes it worse.
I've never
for
really
me
understood.
Isn't that is
I've never really understood Twitch hype trains. I've never really understood that concept. I got a hype train like once. I was like, oh, what is this? This is a thing. That's cool. But looking back at it, Yeah, there's definitely a way that you can game that system as pay to win, as they mentioned earlier. That's a little bit upsetting. Because then, like, it drives more people in, because then you're, like, this FOMO of, like, not getting in on this hype train to, you know, be part of this thing. It's just weird.
Happening. It's just how that ends up incentivizing a viewer, someone that is potentially willing to donate, how that impacts their psyche when it goes into, do I donate to this person? Because that is just like, even with me when I was starting out my channel, it is enticing to pump my numbers up, whether it be through ads, whether it be through like any sort of type of viewership, because when you approach a number where, like, for subscribers, you hit 100K, you have a check mark next to your name. You have 100,000 views on a video that's gone out in a couple hours. People are more incentivized to click on it because of that, you know, appealing to the popularity of something. There's kind of like a guaranteed buy-in that people understand, oh, this person's reputable, and you can see that proof by other people being willing to follow, listen.
Really like the idea that people look at reputability based on the numbers that someone has, because there's a lot of people out there that don't deserve the reputation they have, and you just look at these people and you're like, that ain't right. There's a lot of people with much smaller numbers that should have larger audiences, and more people should hear them. I like finding the YouTubers and the content creators with much smaller audiences that have very insightful views on various different topics. And I feel like when you get larger creators, they often get this ego that, like, gets to their head, and they just feel like they can do no wrong. Now, there are a few creators out there, I think, that have done a little bit better with managing that, you know, popularity and stuff, but those are few and far between. And I want, like, let me put it this way. If I ever get to the point of success where I can be a full-time content creator, just travel the world, do cybersecurity full-time, and, you know, tinker in my home lab in my underwear. There's that visual for you. Take it or leave it. I want to hire someone to literally follow me around and just do, you're only human. You are only human. You are but a mortal. You know, like that, was the Greeks or the Romans? When the general would come in, they'd do something like that just to, like, keep their hubris in check. I want that. Just give someone a full-time job. Oh, yeah, I got a full-time job. I got 6 figures, full benefits. What do? I follow this guy around and just remind him he's a dude.
Donate, etc.
Yeah, not only that, but does this mean that we can bot hype trains now to keep them going in perpetuity?
And then they also are rewarded. The viewers are rewarded with the Kappa Infinite emote, with other rewards along the way. And now there's also a popular, like, he got a news article when he broke the 106 world record. There's a lot to gain.
Memento mori, exactly. I couldn't remember the term.
To hear that from someone who has that experience on Twitch, I'm glad it's not just
no, we're on the same page. Like, I regularly raged at this company. I was one of the few people who...
There are people that follow around rappers and roll their joint. Look, I'm just putting this out there, Cinti. If I'm ever given the opportunity to, you know, have content creation as a full-time career, those would be the two people, the second person I would hire. Because I'd probably go back to my 420 ways.
Is actually embedded in streaming. Like, I was one of the few people who was
Memento mori, carpe diem.
Heavier partners and also a regular streamer on the platform. And it's things like this where, like, you
I ain't smoked in years.
Like, what do these terms mean? Because people are going to exploit the system.
Man.
Engage in viewership tampering, and then you say such as. So the way that I read that is those are examples and not fully encompassing the entirety of what that plans to cover. Because again, from my perspective, when I was first reading it, I was going broad. And so in my head, when I see viewership inflation, that for me also at that time included a hype train's level, because you would assume the assumption is those are the viewers that are donating in, and that isn't the moderators, that isn't, you know, working together to do that.
I wish. Part of viewership tampering is anything that can play into your stream analytics. So we're talking things like chat activity.
We're trying these
like
little tea cakes here.
That can be tampered with.
Is revenue from donations not considered?
No, because it's not viewership.
Interesting.
That's just straight revenue. Yeah.
And so correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the main reason that it's super focused, it has nothing to do with revenue. So even like a hype train level, is like we were kind of looking at, I think that was more from a consumer perspective. It sounds like the reason we're so focused on the viewership counts is because that's coming
Remember
from
who died,
brand.
remember to live for today.
Yes, so
Phrase I have tattooed on my
that's
right
going to
foot,
look bad,
shoulder
and
with a
that's going
special
to end
symbolic
up
thing.
with
I
Twitch
commissioned
losing
a friend
money
to make
if they
me.
don't
Nice.
enforce, like, you know, making sure people aren't botting views, because then those aren't actual returns on advertisers.
This can make Twitch lose their own monetization from advertisers. This can make them lose ad partners.
That makes
really?
sense. In 10.2 here, this is against the terms of service, and you will not impersonate any person or entity, falsely claim an affiliation with any person or entity, access the Twitch services accounts of others without permission, etc., misrepresent the source, identity, or content of information transmitted via the Twitch services, or perform any other similar fraudulent activity. So my perspective on this, my understanding, the reason that I had brought this up is because Kronos, who I would consider at this point a public figure, because of he has his own socials, he is the lead moderator for Pirate. It was their stream, so I think for all points considered, the viewership of that treats him as a public figure as well.
Really?
He
That's
had
a
an
fair point.
alternate account that he misrepresented as someone who knew Kronos, who spoke highly of Pirate as if, you know, they were a viewer and they donated in that sense. And so technically, yes, it is a false affiliation with Kronos because this is Kronos himself. He faked having a friend. But the more, you know, that's funny. But the more specific thing, right?
Faked having a
was the
friend.
misrepresenting the source, identity, or content of information transmitted via the Twitch services. He misrepresented, he faked being somebody else.
Yeah, and sadly, this tends to only work the opposite direction. So lying upward is what you get in trouble for. Lying downward, you do not get in trouble for. And they see that,
does that
as
mean?
trying to protect your real identity. So it's not hiding who you are because I'm a moderator and I can't let people know I'm a moderator. They see that as, yes, you want to not have people know that you're a moderator because then they might try to cause problems because you're a moderator.
They're not looking at it as I'm obfuscating where this money is coming from to keep this hype train alive. Because again, this is also, admittedly, this is a niche thing in comparison to Twitch's like general audience, but they're more specifically focused on some people don't want their identity, and they typically, and so I mean the rule is in place not to avoid potential fraudulent activity by pretending to be somebody else. It is to obfuscate to protect the identities of people who don't want to be harassed.
Yeah, the fraud would be like if he was.
This
posting
wasn't
an
as
ad
juicy
bubble.
as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
It's like he's really
No,
milking
I-
this
It's like
video.
Co-signing a crypto and putting a big name behind it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And I mean this. Thank you, because these are corrections to the arguments that I made. But more than that,
See, when I was
it's
hearing
very
like,
good to know.
I spoke to the ex-roommate, it's like there's going to be some saucy drama. I could have been more honest here and said, we talked to this professional, but I guess that's not as salacious to get you views for your video.
That like a bit of an understanding of the intentions of these TOS guidelines as opposed to how I interpreted them based on the situation. It's
It
cool to
feels
know that
more
that's
like
where
they're
coming from, and it makes more sense given the context.
Yeah, and honestly, like this is how they are supposed to be interpreted because this is how they were written.
This is honestly feeling more like he's just farming it out as much as he can because they're running out of things to complain about. And it's annoying. Because I get that content creators are farming as much content as they can to make, you know, videos, but it's like, this goes back to my point. I don't even want to bother listening to the rest of this because I'm like, meh. Like, look at this. Like, look at this. All these videos. I've listened to a few of these, and it's like, okay, you have these, you know, going on, you know. Obviously, I skipped over. Like, I quit watching this one because I think that was the one about the bits and everything like that we just talked about with this. Like, yeah. It's just annoying. It's annoying how they do these things. Anyway, let's go on to another video. So this was another video I found. Let's get back to the tech stuff. Trying Linux for the first time after 21 years on Windows. I haven't seen this video yet. I literally just saw it and I'm like, let's react to someone using Linux for the first time after being on for so long. So I've never seen this creator before. They just came across my feed. Relatively small creator. But I was curious. So let's see what they talk about here.
if I've been a Windows user, and honestly, this operating system has been good enough for me. The most important thing is that it does its job. I didn't care about bugs, high RAM usage, or privacy concerns. I already have 16GB of RAM, which is more than enough for everyday tasks and light editing for my
It's getting to
YouTube
32
videos.
nowadays. Wait. 16 gigs is good enough for video editing? On Windows? That sounds like you're trying to convince yourself, buddy, because I know when I'm running 16 gigs doing a lot less than that, I feel the struggle. The struggle is real. Chrome is eating all my memory at 16 gigabytes of memory. But to this point, like a lot of people that they've only really used Windows, they don't know of anything better. That is honestly the answer that a lot of people give me. Like, look, chat, you've seen a lot of my, content here, and many of you have actually gotten into using Linux, starting because of me. And we've already had a few people in this chat earlier on in this stream say, I haven't gone back to Windows, and I just did, and wow, it's so much slower. It's so much, it's a world of difference. And a lot of people jumping to Linux have that same exact revelation. I think the reality is a lot of Windows users are just like afraid to try something different. And when they do, very often, they're kind of surprised, especially nowadays with how far Linux has come. Anyway, let's continue the video.
Concerns? I have nothing to hide. I have no money, I'm an ordinary guy with nothing at all. But here's the thing. In my previous videos, so many people started commenting stuff like, bro, try Linux, it'll blow your mind. Some even said, I'd never go back. And when I say
I don't agree with that comment that someone says you don't need antivirus on Linux. Okay, in most cases, you don't. But there will come a time when that opinion will change. And even now, I'm considering putting CrowdStrike on my Linux boxes for EDR, XDR, when I can afford that for the home lab. If I become more successful at content creation and all that.
I mean hundreds of comments. That's when I started getting curious. Before those comments, I genuinely didn't care about Linux at all. That stuff looks terrifying. Just look at all those terminal codes, the penguin logo.
Okay, let's go back for a sec.
That
I
stuff
just want to
looks
point this out.
terrifying. Just look at
That's
all
terminal.
those
That's HTOP.
terminal codes, the
Okay, that's a tiling manager with Tmux.
penguin logo.
Or screen. What are you trying to say about my penguin logo? What are you trying to say about my penguin logo? Let me. We got some fighting words there, buddy. We got some fighting words there. Hold on. OBS. Where did I put my logo? Where did I put my logo? There we go. Really? You got to do that one? What do you got to say about penguins, buddy? Penguins are cool. Penguins are always so formal. They are ready for any professional event. They are the Bonds of animals. The James Bond of animals. Always ready to party.
Like horror for the tech industry, but curiosity.
Okay, so anyone that says that they're like horror for the tech industry has never actually worked in tech. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm being honest here. Because anyone that works in tech knows Linux basically runs the internet. Linux and FreeBSD. We'll just call it the Nixes.
Got the better of me. So today I'm gonna try this Penguin OS for the first time. Let's get started. So yeah, I'm not gonna see
Yeah, didn't know HTOP was that scary. Yeah, if you're scared of HTOP, let me show you this thing called Task Manager. It's the same thing.
here and pretend I've never touched Linux before. I actually did, but in the dumbest way possible. Back when I was a kid, I was obsessed with those hacker movies. You know, the ones where a guy in a hoodie hacks the Pentagon in like 10 seconds. Yeah, I wanted to be that guy.
I just realized how old I am. Because if that's the motif that you get for hackers, because like I just want to show this for a second. let's go back 1 second. Oop, not that. That. Okay. You know what the hacker, like, style was? Hackers 1995. When I grew up, this was the aesthetic of the hacker. You know? Hackers. This like punk look. I wanted to be zero cool. That's right. We were on rollerblades. We were wearing punk outfits. This was the look. Like, if you meet me in real life, I wear a chain wallet because I'm living that spirit. Okay? That's how I know this is a kid. No hate to him at all. I'm just saying I feel old and I feel offended by that line. The hoodie aesthetic is only something that's pretty new. Chain wallet is functional, especially when ADHD. Do you know how many times I've forgotten my wallet? But that wallet comes smacking me back in the ass. And on that note, there are, you know what I also want to get? Janko jeans. Do y'all remember Janko jeans? Okay, Janko jeans. Let's remember this. Janko jeans. I would love to get a pair of Janko jeans. Okay? These. But there was another style with chains. I forgot the brand. The Janko jeans that had like chains on them. There was another company that had them like with chains, like the goths wear them and all that. Yeah. Let's bring Janko back. Let's bring that back. I'm gonna have to find these. Janko jeans with, was it New York? Yeah, Hot Topic, the trip pants, I think they were. Yeah, these. I always wanted a pair of these growing up. I could really fit all my pocket stuff in Janko jeans. I can fit all my pocket stuff in 511 jeans. But like these, I'd totally rock these. Anyway, now that I'm over my pain of being called old indirectly, let's continue.
So what did I do? I went straight to YouTube and searched how to hack someone's account. I know, cringe.
You gotta shove a 2-liter in the calf pocket. I actually knew people that would do that. Like, we'd go into the movie theater, and then suddenly they'd, like, pull out a 2-liter and be like, soda? And we'd just look at them and like, thank you.
Tutorials told me to install
Having my CD player in my Janko jeans back pocket, yep.
System I'd never heard of. It was Kali Linux. You know, the one with the dragon.
God damn it. I am so tired of every person being like, I just started with Kali Linux. Because I wanted to be an edgelord in the Linux space and be so, you know.
Super hacker vibes. I installed it on my tiny 4GB RAM dual-core potato PC using a virtual machine. I don't even know how I managed to split RAM and CPU cores, but I did. And surprise, it lagged like hell. Obviously, I didn't hack anything, but hey, that was my first encounter with.
You definitely hacked my age up with this video, making me feel old.
Linux. I was just a dumb kid back then, so I had no real opinion. But today for this video, I'm gonna do it right. I'm not jumping into hardcore stuff like Arch or Gen 2, alright? I downloaded Oracle VirtualBox and installed Ubuntu, because apparently that's the most beginner-friendly version out there. And to be honest,
Fair enough. Although I would say this, if you can actually opt for it, get Hyper-V on a professional version of Windows and then put a Linux operating system on that. Yeah, it takes a little bit of more elbow grease, but a Type 1 hypervisor, I think that's the Type 1 where it's bare metal, works a little bit better than Oracle VirtualBox, which is just a little bit laggy compared to, you know, running it with crap. What's that extension? Intel VTD, and then AMD is the equivalent there, that it just accesses the hardware directly. You get some skills as well that are going to be translating to the professional world.
Ready to debug kernel panics just
My first Linux experience was backtrack war wagoning with my friend in high school at 2 a.m. getting into random friends' networks without them knowing. WP was so easy. I remember backtrack. That was the predecessor to Kali. I played with that a little bit too, but I remember going with Canopix Linux and then using Air Snort, I think it was, if I recall, to go war driving with a friend, which I learned from the broken.org, amongst other things. Back when we had laptops that had PCM CIA cards and we had an Orinoco wireless card, that company doesn't exist anymore. Attach the external antenna outside the car, go drive around. I should go war driving again sometime again. You can't really do it anymore, but you can at least map the SSIDs, plug it in on GPS, and plot a map out of all the SSIDs. It's kind of fun to do that. I should do that. We'll do that next DEF CON.
open a browser. So let's start with the setup. After installation, I saw how fast and beautiful everything was. The UI of Ubuntu looks nice for a first impression. The essential apps are located on the left, but you can change that in settings. You can move them to the right, top, or bottom. It's not like the Windows taskbar. It only shows essentials, which is cool. And if you want, you can even make them invisible when tabs are opened. But one thing that made me a bit anxious was the app.
I remember when Ubuntu didn't even have this menu. This is like the newer Ubuntu since, what was it, Unity they had? Unity was the reason why I left Ubuntu, and I went to LXDE and XFCE with Ubuntu and Lubuntu. But yeah, Ubuntu's a little bit different. If I install Ubuntu these days, I'm not doing it with a GUI. I'm using Ubuntu as a server operating system. I'm running Pop! OS generally for my day-to-day, as you can see here. I like this vibe a little bit more. I like the polish of Pop! OS a little bit more. And for those of you that don't know, System 76 started Pop! OS beforehand as extensions for Ubuntu. And then eventually they did so much stuff that they just made their own distribution.
Of a refresh button. I use that all the time in Windows. I know it's optional, but it works like anti-stress therapy for me. All the standard icons I'm used to are at the top. Calendar, power button, brightness control, settings, dark light mode toggle, which is very convenient, and even a screenshot.
Keep it dark mode. All computers need to remain dark like my soul. I need everything to be dark like my soul. Although, how do gingers use these computers and get dark mode working? Because they have no soul.
Speaking of that, taking screenshots is way easier here, especially for beginners. You just right click and hit take a screenshot, and it's all customizable, unlike Windows where you press print screen and hope for the best. Another thing,
You just press print screen too, and then you can adjust. Wee.
noticed the apps. You just click the icon on the bottom left, and all your apps are right there in one place. You might say Windows has the same
Okay, I do the same thing. Launcher. All apps right there. Woohoo! And here's another thing you can do that is not as easy to do on Windows. Because I use Pipewire, I can patch all my audio interfaces easily through. I've shown this to you all before. But yeah, it's like right now I have the combined output. So it's actually pushing all the audio to my Rodecaster mixer so I can hear it, to the HDMI over so you can get it on the capture card. And this is so easy to do. And to do similar things on Mac and even Windows, you usually need like to pay for software and stuff to do that. But yeah, you can do a lot more with Linux out the box. There are some limitations still with VSTs and stuff like that, but that's being addressed in so many different open source projects. I don't understand how people use light mode on anything. Because they need the light to pretend that they have a soul.
in the start menu, but let's be honest, if you're a beginner, you probably don't use it. That menu just collects
Or hold
junk,
shift print
news,
screen to take an
weather,
instant
recommendations,
screenshot.
stuff no one really uses. But as an old Windows 10 user who customized everything to suit his needs, I usually press the Win key and access everything I need. Speaking of the Win key, in Ubuntu it's called the Super key, and it opens up multiple desktops where you can have
It's called the super key, which is why Let me just unplug my keyboard here for a sec. System 76 launch heavy. All right, zoom in. Wait. It's literally the super key. There is no Windows logo. And actually, if you look at my Tuxedo Computers laptop, I don't even have the Windows key either. It is, I actually had them custom do it, so it's my logo. Wait, no, wrong USB-C. That USB-C.
Tons of tabs open.
Bigger screen, okay, hold on. I'll show you on the bigger screen. We're accessibility friendly around here, even though I still have to work on my subtitles and everything. See? And I love this keyboard, by the way. This is the System 76 Launch Heavy. I have the System 76 Launch, which is the same keyboard minus the numpad over on the computer over there. So let me plug that back in so we can continue our video. Oh, I love this keyboard. It's definitely a little bit on the pricey side, but it is solid. I like gaming on it. I like working on it. I got 4 layers of macros I can program on it. Use QEMK. It's great. And it works on Linux. All right. Moving on.
Depending on how much RAM you've got. It's great for multitasking. You don't even
Hold on.
need
Let me
tabs.
back up to what he
It's
said.
called the super key. And it opens up multiple desktops where you can have tons of tabs open. Depending on
Okay, that depends on the desktop environment you're using and how you configure it, because when I use my super key, you can do that. However, if I do super... What is it? Hold on. Trying to remember. Super shift? There's a command over here to switch workspaces, but basically you can configure this to whatever behavior you want. I like the super key to open my stuff over here, but... Okay, now this is going to bug me. Pop OS shortcuts. I don't use this too much for the different workspaces. So if you look, like Pop OS has a whole different cheat sheet over here with different things. So the super and direction keys move that. You can adjust Windows direction. You can move the windows between different things. But then, oh yeah, that's what it is. So super control up. I can switch entire workspaces, see? So I have an entire clean workspace over here with 3 different monitors, and I can, you know, have tons of different things. So, but this is reprogrammable any way you want. So I can go into the settings over here, and then go into keyboard, and, you know, view and customize shortcuts, and then, you know, do whatever I want. So, you know, I modified my launchers, and, you know, we can... move, resize. We can modify this any way we want, and that's on top of the macros that I can program into this keyboard. Continuing on.
how much RAM you've got. It's great for
Can you drop a link for your webcam? This is not a regular webcam. This is a Sony ZV-E10. This is an actual, what do you call it? Mirrorless camera hooked up to a capture card. Now, there is the OBS, tiny, was it the Tiny 2 or whatever? DSLR, that's it, thank you. Yeah, I have a whole camera here. Here, I actually can show you, chat so you can understand. I will use the other camera to show you the other camera. So, this is the OBS bot Tiny 2. This was the original camera that I was using. It's on a gimbal. And, that's the camera that I mainly use. It's behind a teleprompter over here. So, yeah, camera inception. So, yeah, we have 2 cameras over here. Kind of fun that I can actually do that. I can show you my other camera, and you see the camera quality is so much better over here. But anyway, continuing on with the video.
tasking. You don't even need 2 or 3 monitors like you would on Windows.
I would argue with that point. Going back to the other camera. You don't even need 2 or 3 monitors. A 1, a 2, a 3. And then for the Windows side, I got 2. And you just see how dirty my desk is that I know I need to clean. I know! I've been cleaning this whole house. I've gotten back on ADHD medication. I've cleaned my room at least. Progress is being made. Anyway, I'm sorry. With this stream, I'm not really doing a good job of proving ADHD medication is working, is it? And the honest truth is, I'm thinking I need another monitor for my Linux box. I kind of want another monitor. I'd like a small, maybe 13-inch right up there. Put another chat up there. That'd be great. If I could put chat up there or there, or just have another monitor, because I always have to have TikTok open on this screen when I'm doing the multi-chat. But anyway, have you looked in the tiling window manager? I have. It's just
one thing I really like.
Not my vibe.
Here's the best part.
People like it.
Unlike Windows, Linux doesn't make your old hardware cry. Even if you're stuck
Agreed.
on 4GB RAM or using an HDD, it still runs smooth. That's kinda impressive. It really shows that Linux was built with programmers and IT pros in mind. And speaking
because it was made by programmers and IT pros. Just saying.
of tools that help you think like a programmer, a quick thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Brilliant is a powerful platform designed to help you master key concepts in math, science, and computer science. It guides you from foundational knowledge to more advanced problem solving through clear, structured lessons. I've been exploring their scientific thinking course, and it seriously helped sharpen how I approach problems. You're not just memorizing, you're applying ideas step by step, building real
Full on NASA station with 10 monitors? No,
logic or data
that's
science,
stock trader.
Brilliant gives you the tools to develop deep thinking skills and reach your learning goals. And if you want to try it out, use my link.
I would totally rock 10 monitors.
You'll get a 30-day free trial plus 20% of an annual premium subscription. That's brilliant.org, Aman, link in the description. Thanks again to Brilliant for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to it. Okay,
This honey and
interface
Hawaj is
aesthetics
just
aside,
baller.
Even though I'm talking about the good things and how convenient it is, I have to admit that people choose Windows over Linux because Windows is a more beginner-friendly OS in comparison. And if you're gonna use Linux as your main OS,
Depends on what you're talking about there. I mean, I have a 12-year-old niece that's on Linux. I started using Linux, no joke, when I was 9. And that was over 20 years ago, when Linux was a lot harder. Trust me on that.
to learn it. Even though it sounds like I'm exaggerating,
Oh, and to be clear, Windows only became more user-friendly over the years. I can definitely tell, I'm no knock to this creator here, he's young. Because he didn't have to deal with DOS. He didn't have to deal with Windows 95, 98. He didn't have to deal with IRQs and DMAs and having to install your drivers in the right order for your computer to run. Having 2D and 3D accelerators and all this stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that we've had to go over to get to the point where computers are easy. That's just my 2 cents. Maybe I sound like old man yelling at cloud, but I digress.
there are actual resources dedicated to learning Linux. But as soon as you learn this OS, you gain a superpower. It's just hard at the beginning. Yeah, you might say that you can learn Windows 2, all the shortcuts, how to use CMD, and get superpowers as well.
Okay, no offense, but if you think using CMD is going to get you powerful, you haven't even used PowerShell. PowerShell. is where the real power in Windows is, or Visual Basic for some things. And then when you start using SCCM, group policies, all that stuff that I deal with on a daily basis. Pardon my eating, but these cookies are good. It's the last one, I promise. I promise. I started with the Gateway computer. Dude! I remember Gateway. Gateway was awesome. Remember when Gateway computers came in the cow boxes? Cow pattern boxes? That was part of the reason why I loved them. And then Acer bought them and they went to crap. But yeah, that's what got me the big promotion at Yellow. Oh yeah, PowerShell. Now PowerShell is definitely my weakness compared to say like Python and Bash. But yeah, PowerShell came out because command prompt and batch wasn't that, powerful. But batch is a holdover from the DOS days. And for a while, Windows really could only be properly administrated through GUI. And batch kind of just was there. And then they introduced PowerShell. I think PowerShell came around Windows 7, I think. But if I recall, it wasn't really built into Windows 7. I think it was like one of those things you had to add in. I could be mistaken here. But then like around Windows 8 or so, it started getting a little bit more powerful. But nobody really liked 8 and 8.1. 10 is where it really started to shine. So hold on. What are you saying? I found a book at work, How to Use Your IBM Personal Machine, something like that. It's aimed for personal computer users. The book has circuit diagrams. Oh yeah, like the original Apple computers, like the Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs computers, they had diagrams. They wanted you to understand the computer. You're talking about the original like IBM ATs and the clones and all that? Yeah. The ITSM team was manually updating contractors' expiration dates in AD, Active Directory, after they had already exported everyone into an Excel doc with all the information that was needed for what their expiration would be. Oh, yeah, PowerShell automation? Totally, yeah, just boop, grab in, you load the AD module, pull in everything after you connect in, pipe that in, create the Excel sheet, done. Yeah, totally would see why that would help you.
Compared to Linux, the scale isn't the same. On Linux, there are no limits, no Candy Crush, no trial antivirus, no random apps you never asked for. You install only the things you actually need. There's no bloatware or unnecessary pre-installed junk, it's clean. On Windows, meanwhile, you've got Windows Defender eating up your RAM. And yeah, don't say you can turn it off because that's not obvious for beginners.
Don't turn off Windows Defender. Don't turn off Windows Defender. Keep Windows Defender on. You need an antivirus. This is not a joke. Cybersecurity professional here. Okay? Keep your Windows Defender on. I know people complain. Me. This isn't the days of the internet is happy-go-lucky. You need to have antivirus. And if you're really that complaining about the resources on your system, unfortunately, that's an issue of you don't have enough horsepower behind your system. And even if you install Linux, it's starting to get to the point, as we start getting into more popularity, we're not too far from when we're going to start seeing malware on Linux desktops. Right now, it's only on the server side of things. Eventually, it's going to happen. And we're going to see antivirus needing to be installed in Linux. Because remember, there was once upon a time, Mac got caught in an issue where they said Mac doesn't need antivirus. Windows gets viruses. Mac doesn't. Well, that was because Mac wasn't that popular. Unfortunately, Mac started getting malware. They had to pull that ad. I think there was actually like a legal issue that came about from it. So yeah, Windows Defender is actually functional. Smart browsing and Windows Defender, and I've been without a virus for over 10 years. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Windows Defender is probably the most attacked antivirus that most people are creating viruses to bypass. But it's better than nothing. And if you do want an antivirus, I'm going to recommend Bitdefender. No affiliation. But I don't say that you need to go out and buy one. I have it because I was dealing with stupid Windows Defender issues, not respecting my firewall rules. Then I know how to deal with Bitdefender because I've been dealing with Bitdefender for years, and I use Bitdefender Gravity Zone. Or I was. Now I'm using the consumer one for some reason. But anyway. Me, who always turns it off. Bad dog. Bad dog, Cinty Pinky.
In Linux,
Continue
there's
on.
barely any malware or viruses, and if they exist, they're much less common. When it comes to privacy, I noticed that
We mostly have rootkits, just to know.
Linux has no telemetry or force tracking like Windows does, which means if you care about cybersecurity, you'll probably lean toward Linux.
Hold up.
Which means if you care about viruses,
I just want to remember. I want to make sure I understood. Listen, I heard exactly what he said, and I'm not mentally adding words in.
In Linux, there's barely any malware or viruses, and if they exist, they're much less common. When it comes to privacy, I noticed that Linux has no telemetry or force tracking like Windows does, which means if you care about cybersecurity, you'll probably lean toward Linux. You get full control.
I think that's a misstatement. It's not a cybersecurity concern to be worried about privacy. Being a privacy-minded person doesn't mean that you will lean towards cybersecurity. Security and privacy are two often overlapping but not mutually exclusive terms. So let me explain this. Security is, I'm putting doors on there. I'm going to put 12-inch nails instead of the 2-inch ones in the kick plate so someone can't kick the door in. I'm going to put a deadbolt in and a chain lock. And then I'm going to put an alarm system, for monitoring things as a deterrent and things like that. Privacy is closing your blinds. They're very often overlapping things, but they are very different concepts. So you can be very privacy-minded, but not be very secure. You can also be very secure and not privacy-minded. But very often, you find both those things happen to collide. So let's make that very clear here. So I think that's a misstatement from him. I see where he's coming from, but I don't think that's an accurate statement. Again, as a cybersecurity professional. Should I use a VPN at DEF CON? I'm planning on using my laptop with cubes for maybe CTFs and stuff. So if you're using with cubes, I actually use Molvad. Molvad has some documentation, by the way. If you want to run it in cubes, I use the OpenVPN side of it. What you can actually do is set up the VM to have your VPN. I'll go over this. I can probably go over this in a little bit after this video, but basically I have a different VM for the East Coast, the West Coast, and then I have another one to go to Sweden if I want to go to the EU. And I route the traffic out that way, and I can attach the different VMs to different routes. So I can say, hey, this one wants to go to the West Coast, this one wants to go to the East Coast, and I'm going to have this one go drop down to the bare wire. And then what you're going to need to know, if you're going to use the Wi-Fi at DEF CON, there's 3 different networks. There's the Wild West one, simple, just plug in, no security whatsoever. Another one, they let you, they give you a cert that you have to download after you register, and then you install that cert, and there's 2 different versions of that network, one with WPA2, one with WPA3. If your laptop supports WPA3, use that. If not, use the WPA2 one. You're both fine. They both have a NOC and a SOC network operations center and security operations center that is monitoring that for, to make sure nobody's doing nefarious anything on that network. It works great. Last year I did it. I installed a cert on my Cubes laptop. It worked fine. And then I would drop certain things on the wire for different things. And then I have different laptops to do other things. But yeah. What's up with my stream quality? I don't know. I think the TikToks are being a bit jerky. That's weird. Okay. I think we're back. I think. No. Hold up. Let me make sure. Is the stream still working for y'all? I'm just checking the stream quality here. I may have to kill the TikTok one. Nope, we're back. It is not sure on TikTok. Yeah, TikTok's the one's messing up. Okay, cool. Sorry. I mean, it's Spybot Search and Destroy. Man, that's a memory. I remember Spybot. That was a great one. For me, it is not sure on TikTok. Okay, cool. Let's continue on.
Everything. No one's tracking you, but you also have to build convenience for yourself. In Windows, everything is convenient and already done for you, but you give up control. So basically, you choose an OS that keeps you safe and comfortable, or an OS that leaves you exposed but gives you full control over everything. When it comes to learning,
Loud and clear from Twitch. Okay.
Is the terminal. This thing is
That was me. It was like, my Google Fiber isn't being wonky. Okay.
It looks like CMD in Windows, it works completely differently. With the terminal, you can install, update, and remove apps, navigate the file system, create, move, and delete files, search for files or text.
I want to get fiber internet out here.
And more, like thousands more. But be careful, writing the wrong command can cause system problems. Some people even accidentally disabled their Wi-Fi or audio just by copy-pasting random commands from Reddit. And that's
Don't copy and paste random commands. Understand everything you run.
the beginning. Once you become more advanced,
I'm going to say that not just for Linux. That's just period. Blank. Good things to, understand.
you can animate things, automate repetitive tasks.
I wish I had
and
fiber internet
do
too,
millions of
Cinti.
things, as long as your imagination allows it. But okay, let's talk about the little things that I've noticed as a Windows user when I explored Ubuntu for the first time. After installing it and admiring how beautiful it looked, a message popped up on the screen about an update. I clicked OK and updated it. And that was the last time it ever asked me, because once you update Ubuntu once, it doesn't bother you again. And the update process was incredibly fast. As you probably know, in Windows, updates are the most unwanted thing
Scripts on the
ever.
website
And
that
when they
wasn't
happen
listed on Google.
automatically, they can ruin your entire plan. Updates on Windows take forever, and after all that, nothing even changes, as usual. Sure, I've
Well, that's because of how the way that updates inside of Windows work. Windows doesn't actually do live patching. They've recently started allowing the ability to do live patching, but that was originally on Linux. Windows, yeah, yeah. And by the way, many operating systems in Linux will ask you to update, so that must just be an Ubuntu thing, because Pop! OS will bug me once in a while, about once a week, saying, hey, you got updates. Update!
enabled automatic updates in Windows. but
Grok
that's
says I
not
should use
something
TD
beginner or
Direct from
average
dev view random onto Slack. No, Stabby! No! Bad girl! Bad!
typically know how to do. The difference is that in Linux, updates only happen when you want them to, and they are usually super fast. After updating the system, I checked out the default apps. Not only do they exist,
Any suggestions
but
on a
they're
good
actually
first job in
usable most of
IT?
the time. For example, the
Help
text
desk
editor
or managed service
usually reminds
provider.
me of Windows Notepad,
Honestly.
but it's more
Or a
functional.
junior
You can open
sysadmin,
new tabs like in a
junior
browser,
network
switch between
engineer,
light and
depending on
dark
what path you
modes,
want to
and even
take.
use keyboard shortcuts to boost productivity if you enjoyed writing. Then I opened
The script says that it'll allow me to download 128 gigs of RAM and allow all my friends to connect to my Minecraft server without it lagging when we run Stage Expert. GNOME software bugs me when I log in for updates. Oh yeah, absolutely. I run GNOME too, so I know that.
Settings app, expecting something like Windows settings. But it's not the same, it's way more organized. You can do nearly everything in one place. Customize your desktop, manage
Remember, the things he's walking you through are specific to Ubuntu. So he's talking about Linux in the generality, but he really should be saying in Ubuntu, not in Linux, because different Linux distributions are going to lay out and work in different ways.
devices and more. One feature I liked was the account manager. You can add multiple accounts and use them to log in, which I found very convenient and secure. There's also screen time and
Convenient, yes. Secure, Depends on the service and how you integrate with it.
time limits, just like in macOS or iOS. Overall, everything's there. To be clear, there are tons of features that are super
Yeah, it's like settings on Windows 7 when shit was organized, not Windows 11. May I introduce you to a thing called Control Panel? Am I right? Chat, am I right? Windows XP, it was pretty organized there. Windows 2000, it was pretty organized there. Then Windows 8 came around, and then...
especially if you're coming from Windows. And I haven't even mentioned tiny things like how easy it is to open zip files with just one click. But for a complete beginner, Linux can still be tough to learn. That's why most people stick with Windows as their main OS. Now I finally understand the Linux religion and why people are so passionate.
Yeah, Windows XP is probably the best operating system. Is that why people were mad when Windows 8 came out? Windows 8 was horribly designed. Windows 8 was designed with touchscreens in mind. They thought touchscreens were going to be the way of the future, that everyone's going to use a touchscreen on a desktop and a laptop. And they only designed it for that one singular experience. They didn't actually consider the fact that people are not using touchscreens for the majority of times when in a desktop. And even then, I want you to think about this. How many people have a touchscreen laptop or desktop? Not even Mac had a touchscreen. So they came out with Windows 8.1 as a compromise. And then they said, okay, this ain't working. And then they undid everything in 10.
About it, even encouraging others to switch. In this
Why am I getting Bing search when I'm just looking for my control panel? Oh, so I actually block Bing. I actually block Bing at my firewall. And the running joke in cybersecurity is because I forgot what malware it was when somebody actually got access to a machine. What they did is they actually looked up on Bing how to disable something, and the running joke has been, is Bing an IOC, an indicator of compromise?
I didn't explore other Linux distributions, and I honestly have no idea what they're like. But I've heard some are more difficult, like Arch Linux, where you need to write code just to do basic things and use the terminal often. So
You don't need to write code. You do need to use the terminal often. I say this as someone that once hated themselves and used Arch Linux. But then, you know what? I learned to go touch grass, and I found how to love myself! Like some of you in chat need to learn, you heathens.
to showcase Ubuntu Linux specifically as a beginner-friendly example. If there are any advanced Linux users watching, please leave a comment with tips or must-know info for beginners. If you liked the video, thanks for watching and take care.
I'm gonna probably upload this to YouTube later. But yeah.
Hey, you know that?
Oh, I think I had this in my list. Yes, I had this in my list. So... Alright. I'm in charge of the Win 10 to Win 11 migration and telling users how to pin their icons to the start menu because of how poorly Win 11 is being able to define a default setup via GPO. Yeah, Windows 11 is kind of a nightmare. I don't really care for it. Now, it did have some improvements for Windows Subsystem for Linux, which were kind of nice because it had a tighter integration with things, but I'm definitely not a fan. I'm not looking forward to upgrading this Windows Stream box over here to Windows 11. I Dutch Dress. It's next to Devu Random for some reason. No, Stabby! No! Make bash scripts to input all your code so that if you have to reinstall because you broke grub for the 30th time when dual booting, you don't have to spend as long paying attention. That's like the epitome of like, why are you hitting yourself? 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 And then just automating the punch. Carrying on. Okay, so... This was one of the latest videos about stop killing games from Accursed Farms. If I recall, Ross Scott was talking about, apparently they're trying to kill the whole stop killing games mission. Look, there's a reason I'm learning Ansible.
Hey, you know that saying, it's not paranoia if they really are out to get you? Well, I have
can
another
relate.
video I do not want to make, but I probably should. And this one is newsworthy, especially for me. I have behind-the-scenes news on the Stop Killing Games campaign. Okay, a quick refresher because I know this gets confusing. I founded the Stop Killing Games movement to challenge the legality of publishers destroying games which you've paid for. This has involved a lot of things, which I've shown in slides before, and that includes assisting with the European Citizens Initiative, which is the biggest thing going on.
Ever figure out how to
right
play
now.
games on live without getting
However,
restricted?
I am
Yeah.
actually not the founder of the
We're just chilling
European
today.
Citizens Initiative. That would be a group of volunteers whom I'm in touch with. I'm ineligible to have an official role in the initiative.
Okay, let me answer something, because I've always wondered, like, how he can do this, because he doesn't sound European. So I'm, like, wondering, did he have, like, dual citizenship so he could do this? But, okay, that answers that question. Cool.
I'm just a major promoter of it. It's always been something separate. That's part of why it's called the Stop Destroying Video Games Initiative. And
No, you're good. So what I ended up doing, if you set the game to Schedule 1, TikTok doesn't bother you.
the Stop Killing Games movement. So with that in mind, it was recently shared with me that the Stop Destroying Video Games initiative has received a serious accusation from an anonymous source. The EU Commission relayed a complaint of it committing 2 violations. Yikes! Of false
Wait, what?
no funding declaration
Okay.
and systematic concealment of major contributions. This declaration
Okay.
appears fundamentally incorrect based on publicly documented evidence of substantial undisclosed professional contributions to the campaign. Well,
hell?
this is all news to me, but I don't know everything that's going on with the initiative. What's this about?
See, everything I've looked into Accursed Farms and Ross Scott when this came out, he seems like a pretty good dude. So it's like, that takes me, that's like a whole, like, what kind of moment.
Oh, it's about me. I'm the evidence, everyone. What do we have here?
Is it me? Am I the problem, chat? No, I'm kidding. There have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving to get signatures. I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination. I do understand there are volunteers. Like, okay. A lot of us have, volunteered for political campaigns and stuff. We don't get paid for that. I didn't get paid when I was going to get signatures for many different petitions I was out there, like when I was fighting to go legalize a certain French yes, ending in a D. But what the hell? This is like grasping at straws.
A quote, there have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving to get signatures. Damn straight I have, that is true. I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination. Yes, I did say those words. It's unclear to me if the accuser thinks I've literally been running a rickshaw service or not. And you know what? I'm not going to tell them. They can guess that.
Hold up. What's a rickshaw? Okay, not a guy named Rick Shaw. What's a rickshaw? A light two-wheeled hooded vehicle drawn by one or more people. Oh! Do they literally think he's a rickshaw? Chat! Your false claim is that we think that you are a single person pulling 2 people at a time.
Themselves. They're doing a lot of guessing in this. You'll see. Media interviews.
Guessing, grasping at straws, more like it. Don't knock it as great cardio. Oh, I agree. I could use great cardio. Look at these. Like, look, chat. I've been losing lots of weight. I mean, Look how much weight I've lost. I think I've lost like close to 30 pounds, if I remember, since I started streaming. Yeah. I'm not knocking it at all.
Identifying me as handling.
Mr. Who's Mr. Olanius? Where did you get that? R.I.P. This serial cable not connecting. Hold up. I can help you there, Twitch the Jester. What's with the pirate progress flag? Why pirate? It's the DEF CON symbol. DEF CON. DEF CON, the world's largest cybersecurity and hacking convention in the world. Yeah. I'm going to be there in like 2 weeks. Yeah, there's like 35,000 people that go to this event.
Standard day-to-day work of running the Stop Killing Games initiative and described as the primary strategic decision maker and public spokesperson throughout the campaign. Okay, this is reaching.
It's reaching without a reach around. Is that the one trick doctors don't want you to know about weight loss?
Currently,
Okay. Speaking of like, I don't know what it is, but congrats. It's a cybersecurity and ethical hacking conference. It's been going on for like 30 or so years. It's a big thing. It's hacker summer camp, basically.
need to spell it out. When I say the initiative will do this or will...
Okay, Stab, you got me thinking right now because you're like, is this the one trick that doctors don't want you to know about weight loss? So I've always wondered this. And I've never really tested this. If one is wearing a fitness watch during the horizontal mumbo, does it count those calories? Anyway, moving on.
do that? That's me assuming the initiative members...
Where did my sound go?
Front, left.
Okay, you have sound. My mixer decided to go quiet. Once in a while, I have to unplug it and plug it back in.
Front, left.
Okay, there we go. Let's go back.
are on board with what I'm saying and me taking my best guess. I've even said before on video, the initiative members are not a hive mind. They can disagree with each other, including me.
That's a good way to do things.
Listen to my input.
Mm-hmm.
The decision on literally everything about the initiative is theirs.
Fair enough.
If I don't like something but they do, then I just have to deal with it.
Yep.
I have no actual authority. Nobody in the initiative takes orders from me. But get ready, because here comes the clown accounting. 15
Oh, God.
20 weeks of 12 to 14-hour days. That's interesting that they call this a conservative estimate, because they're making these numbers up. They may as well be reading tea leaves. It's true, I think I've spent that many hours a day.
Hold on, let me look at this. Many weeks of 12 to 14 hours a day during critical campaign phases. 15 to 20 weeks at high intensity. 12 to 14 hours a day. 1,290 additional ongoing daily campaign management throughout 12-month. They're like now bringing out a professional rate of 50 to 75 euro an hour for campaign management advocacy services at market rate. But and thinking, is there a way to make it so Pipewire keeps a static layout for placement of everything? When I saved or restarted and had a change in resolution, everything got all stacked over. Don't need instructions, just yes or no. I'm just boned. Yeah, you can do it. You have to figure out how to script it and then do it in your init scripts. But it's totally doable. I just haven't done it myself. I just create a combined sync for all my audio resources, and when I run that Pipewire script before I start playing videos, as you've seen in many videos, it just resets the interface and then creates the sync and then attaches all the devices to it. So that way I can pipe it out over HDMI and mixer. But yeah, you can do it. But these numbers over here, this is pulling out their butt.
They may as well be reading tea leaves. It's true I think I've spent that many hours a day.
They may as well be shining up my head in a bowling ball cleaner and then pretending it's a crystal ball telling them the future.
Working on this campaign for some weeks, but 15 to 20? That would have killed me. Some weeks were this high, others it was anywhere from 0 to 4 hours a day. I don't know. You know why I don't know? Because I never track my hours.
They don't seem to understand that with content creators, we don't have sustained hours of periods. We work when we can and choose to.
Why would I? Nobody was hiring me for this. It's all volunteer time. The only reason I said 12 to 14 is because there were plenty of days where I would wake up, work the whole time, then go to bed, minus eating, exercise, and essential chores. And those days make me batty. I hate working that much. But I am impressed that they think they know my hours.
I hate working that much.
I do. Oh, but here's the good part. Professional rate, 50 to 75 euros an hour. Yeah, maybe that would mean something if I was a professional who had a rate for anything. Minimum estimated value, 63 to 147,000 euros. Oh, yeah. Okay, this one annoys me a bit because their low end, 63,000 euros, is more money I've made in any year in my entire life.
Really?
So, hey, I'm sure all kinds of people are worth more if they make up numbers about how much they should be getting paid from imaginary sources.
I just find that intriguing because, you know, like, you see creators with, like, a good following, and I thought that they would be making more money than that. It's just interesting to say that that's more money than he's made in any year. At 63,000, if I remember, that's what the statement he said was. And I just find that interesting because, well, we in cyber often make more than that, even in more junior positions. Just find that interesting. That's all.
But they're saying my volunteer work is worth that much, so by not reporting it, it's violating Article 17, yada yada. Their supporting evidence is media treating me as though I'm the leader, and me saying I've worked a lot on this. Well, it's true I have worked a lot on this. But I must have said publicly that I'm ineligible to join the initiative at least 50 times. And this may surprise the accuser, but sometimes game journalists get details wrong when reporting on something.
Or just any journalist.
12 to 14-hour day commitment during many weeks far exceeds any reasonable volunteer threshold. Yes, true. They're right about that. That isn't reasonable at all. I've hated this crap, and I can't wait to work less on the campaign. It's only my perception that this is my one chance to fix the problem of destroying games that's pushed me this hard. But I am my
Fair enough,
guys. Professional time investment constitutes quantifiable in-kind contribution under transparency regulations. I guess good thing I'm not a professional then. Well, this is...
I'm not a professional. I just play one on YouTube. I'm kidding. I am a professional.
a very serious accusation. And it sounds like I should have logged my hours and made up hourly rates like my accuser did, huh? But wait, here's a thought. Why don't we check what the European Union's rules actually are? Who is considered a sponsor? Sponsors are people or organizations providing financial support over 500 euros. Okay, well, I've spent 0 euros on the initiative, just a crap load of time, so that's not me. Legal persons or organizations providing other economically quantifiable in-kind donations or non-economically quantifiable
less
support
than I
to
was
an
5
initiative
years ago,
are
but
also
needed a job.
considered sponsors.
That's a little bit effed because with inflation and everything, you're definitely making less than you should be.
Well, I've been advised I'm not a legal person. I'm a natural person. That sounds right. And I certainly wasn't representing an official organization. I mean, I haven't signed one form with Stop Killing Games on it, or for the initiative for that matter. Individuals providing non-financial support, such as volunteering, are not considered sponsors under the ECI regulation and do not need to be reported.
Yep.
Oh, what's that? That description, which is exactly what I've been doing? So the EU says the initiative has been following the rules this entire time? But what about this anonymous accuser saying the EU doesn't know its own rules? Is there a hidden clause here? Like you're not a sponsor unless you work really hard? So let's get this straight. We've got an anonymous complaint saying the initiative is violating EU law. I'm apparently in charge of the initiative despite being ineligible to even join it, hence why my name is not on here. The accuser is making up how many hours I've worked on this and are making up imaginary money amounts I've supposedly donated in kind, and their claims directly contradict the EU's own laws on this. And hey, plot twist, there's something I didn't tell you. The official organizers literally asked EU representatives if it was okay for me to assist them in the capacity I have been back in spring of 2024.
So it's a left hand doesn't know what the right hand
Everything was
situation.
above board in case there was a problem or we needed to report anything. They said what I've
I've
been
already
doing
commented
is
on the
fine.
Microsoft
We've
SharePoint
been doing this by
vulnerability
the book, guys.
several times just this
So where
stream.
did this complaint come from? Well, we'll never know. It's anonymous. But let me ask you, does anyone think this is just some concerned citizen acting independently here?
Pirate software in a wig. I'm kidding. No, it's probably some kind of lobbyist or some kind of person that's just really grasping at straws. I mean, the honest truth is this is really threatening to studios because they need to be able to kill games to be able to make the money that they want to have, because if they go back to the old ways of having video games run the way that I grew up with them, they're not going to be as profitable. I mean, they've been pushing microtransactions and all this other BS. Like, I just don't feel like most games today are as good as they used to be. I remember growing up, we had games that were more, there were more hits than misses in games that I remember coming across. Nowadays, it feels like I am getting far more misses than hits.
I mean, pretend all of these accusations were true. Would that end the initiative? Maybe. I don't know. Someone was gunning for us. This is a shot across the bow. Now again, this complaint is anonymous, so I'm not accusing anyone. I don't know who wrote it. But I'll just say the timing of this is awfully hot on the heels of an industry lobby group giving some very bad statements about the movement. In some cases, I think outright lying about it.
Lobbyists? Lying? Say more. I mean, you don't say.
But I don't know if it was them. Maybe it was a different lobbying group. Or maybe it was just some political hatchet man hired by the industry.
Try refreshing your
But
stream, 1012.
someone was trying to kill the initiative. Filing paperwork to the European Union accusing the initiative and myself of
I'm
violating
not seeing
the
any
rules,
frames drop.
maybe even committing a crime, I'm not sure. That's no small thing. This is the industry playing dirty now. It reminds me of Battleship. They took a shot hoping my battleship was here when it was actually here. So they missed, but I sure felt the splash. So why am I telling you all this? Well, this has me a little worried.
Happy.
I mean, this complaint doesn't.
I'm gonna say I'm happy I thought of your video the other day when I was being annoyed trying to get some basic internal SMTP functional. Needed a small Linux-oriented community to chat in and nerd out about random crap. Well, that's what we're here for.
We followed the rules and they made up the charges. I mean,
One sec, I'm gonna check on the Twitch side of things. Make sure that you are actually right.
hell, if they hadn't put appears fundamentally incorrect, this might have been borderline libel against me. But the fact that first we have the industry lobbying against us, then we're getting this attempted shot at us behind closed doors, makes me concerned about what's coming next. I mean, I haven't done anything shady that I'm aware of, but maybe that doesn't matter. If they can't find a real angle on us, maybe they'll make more things up. Maybe serious things. At the rate we're going,
They're gonna turn him into the next Jeffrey Epstein. I'm kidding. No, he's a good dude. But I wouldn't put it past lobbyists to like do that kind of thing, you know, when you're gonna cost an industry millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
I'm expecting the next...
And not because of anything that is actually unethical, but because these video game studios don't actually want to do good by the communities and have games live on.
News to be a Photoshop of me in a parking garage doing a handoff with a briefcase full of money. Now, what I've been told is if the industry can't kill the initiative, the next step is to throw so much dirt on us, members of parliament start getting scared to support it. So just because this is only the second shot at us, that doesn't mean there aren't 20 more shots coming behind it. And I'm again reminded of how stupid this whole thing is when you consider what a comparatively low cost an end-of-life plan is. I bet whatever companies are spending on lobbying against us is more than it would cost them to have end-of-life plans for their games, especially in the future. Hell, I think a lot of end-of-life plans for games will be less than those imaginary euros I'm not being paid. But I don't know what's coming next, and it could get a lot worse than this. Who knows? I am so out of my league on this. I have never been a political target before, so this is all uncharted territory for me. Have you ever played a game that's getting harder and harder, and you can still keep up with it in the moment, but you're starting to think at the rate it's going, you're not sure if you can handle it in a level or two? That's kind of the vibe I have right now. And for those of you who think I'm being paranoid, did you hear about that retro gaming YouTuber who was arrested for reviewing modded handheld consoles?
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, that doesn't hit close to home for me at all. I mean, I don't have any handhelds, so I guess I'm safe there. But what about abandonware? If I play an emulated Commodore 64 game, are they going to send the cops to my place as step 5? Gotta love the games industry. But as of this moment,
Nintendo's gonna Epstein me for playing Conker's Bad Fur Day. Watch it.
still feel free to speak my mind, so I better make use of it. Here's the thing. The video games industry is worth billions. If they really want to smear me or the initiative, they'll find a way to do it.
Absolutely.
We're lucky their attempts have been so bumbling so far. I mean, I just showed you how these claims are false because they're lying about how the law defines...
Hold up, he got felony charges for playing retro games on hand... Wait, what? Why? How?
my actions. Video Games Europe was almost certainly lying about this claim, and it was irrelevant. Almost certainly lying about their liability here. They were either so obtuse they couldn't understand what we're asking for when it's spelled out for them, or they're lying about not understanding it. Take your pick. Oh, and this claim...
They didn't want their name anywhere on Conker. That's part of the joke.
This about anything. Like, I could say it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. And you might say, what are you talking about? A piece of paper costs what, 2 cents? And I could say, yeah, but that would curtail my choice. Because I want to make my paper airplane out of the Magna Carta, and that's priceless. Thus, it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. I guarantee you that's the kind of logic they're using here. If you were
Interesting analogy, but I get where he's going with it.
And let's let everyone know, this lobby group isn't even representing its members that well. BeamNG says they weren't consulted by Video Games Europe and disagree with their statement and behavior. Even Epic Games, yeah, that small company, you probably haven't heard of them, has come out saying that they're currently non-committal on this. So Video Games Europe wasn't representing them in their statement either. So if they're not even consulting their members, who the hell are they representing exactly? Okay, some news as I'm editing. Ubisoft has responded to stop killing games. I was not expecting that. It's a lot of misdirection. I'll try and speedrun this. Okay, this is irrelevant. We're aware of your terms. It's not yet determined if they're legal or not. This is also irrelevant. This part is true. This is a widespread problem in the industry. The only thing unique to Ubisoft is they're trying to get away with this crap as a French company. Okay, even the EU Commission wouldn't commit as to whether these types of games are services or not when asked. So he can call these game services, but legally they might not be. Services tell you when they end. And the endless support argument. Okay, I'm undecided. If this was a senior developer saying this,
I find it weird that Pirate Software and this lobby are literally making the same point, because that was literally spelled out in Stop Killing Games of, we're not talking about perpetual support. I talked about even Tribes 2, where we have basically we shift from companies taking care of the product to the community is responsible for it. That's all we're asking for online gameplay. For single player games, it just means the game continues to work.
I would 100% call this misdirection. I mean, hey, this looks awfully similar to that comment from Video Games Europe about endless support. This could be the industry's new playbook. If they can pretend to not understand what we're asking for over and over again, maybe they're hoping that will change the narrative. However, this is
Companies don't realize if they don't do it, they will reverse shit and do it anyways. Yeah, like look at Blizzard. Blizzard like freaked out because people figured out how to run their own World of Warcraft servers. Obviously that source code wasn't, given by Blizzard. They just figured out how to make it work, and then people did it. Before World of Warcraft, there was EverQuest and all these other games.
the CEO saying this. So maybe he really doesn't know how these games work. Hey, if so, he wouldn't be the first CEO to not understand how his company's products work. So I can't tell if he's just trying to gaslight.
You did not! You did not just make an Ocean Gate ref. Oh, God! Oh, that is good.
Everyone? Or if he just doesn't know how these games are made, so he thinks they would need endless support. I kind of hope he actually doesn't know. Anyway, the point here is there's a lot of lying and shady stuff going on from the games industry against Stop Killing Games. And I guess now, me too. So if these attempts to shoot down the initiative keep happening, maybe assume the industry, which has been shown to be lying repeatedly, is lying again. And the whole point of their accusations is to make you forget the real issue, which is consumers are getting robbed by the industry. There are nuances to it, but the basic message is when you buy a copy of a game, you should get to keep it. And publishers shouldn't be able to destroy what you already paid for. This concept is so basic, it's still a joke we even have to fight for this. So don't let the industry throw you off the scent, especially in the future. If something doesn't pass the smell test, push back. I say this because things could heat up so much that maybe in the future I'm not at liberty to give commentary or defend myself like this. I've managed to get in touch with a few political insiders who know more about how these attacks work than I do. I intend to follow their advice. Right now, my plans haven't changed at all. But if I just go really quiet on some topics in the future, then I'm telling you why right now. It will be because the attacks are getting so serious that me saying anything might be a liability somehow. I mean, remember, this was behind the scenes. The industry didn't make this one public. So who knows what the next thing they're planning is? Now, hopefully, I'm overreacting and the industry won't keep escalating this. This was just them taking a couple pot shots at us, but I'm trying to prepare for a lot of scenarios.
I can understand that.
I knew there was a chance of something like this happening back when I launched the campaign last year. That's one of the many reasons I never wanted to do this.
Why I hate politics. That's why I stopped getting involved in politics. Politics sucks. People suck in politics. Everyone sucks in politics. Politics is horrible, but we have to deal with it to make changes happen, and it sucks. I understand that.
At least this is just me trying to get the most bare minimum common sense regulation in the games industry, and not trying to be a whistleblower on the defense industry. That would be bad. Okay, to end this on a lighter note, despite all this mess, we've been getting more and more support from European members of parliament.
That's a good
There
note.
are some I've been informed of, though some of these I'm pretty late finding out. Marketa Gregorova's was from last year, actually, and had cool promotional art and everything. That's what, 4-bit color? But the big one is Nikolai Stefanuta. a vice president of European Parliament, throwing his weight behind the initiative and saying he signed it himself.
That's
okay,
awesome.
I'm the wrong person to judge social media effectiveness, but 85,000 likes on Twitter would sound like a good day to me if I was a politician. This is what I mean about easy wins for politicians, guys. Keeping it real, most people don't care about video games either way. So this is pretty safe politically. But for the people who do, Stop Killing Games is advocating for a very popular position that's in line with existing consumer protection laws, and is narrowly focused. So this isn't going to cripple the industry either. The industry is fighting this because they'll fight
it won't cripple the industry in the very least. If anything, it may at most cripple the sleazy, unethical ways that game providers are hoping that they can earn off of this, because they're banking on the fact that we can kill this game, they'll go buy another game, and they'll move on with their merry day, instead of accepting the fact that, no, I want to play this game. And yeah, I totally believe in this fight. Now, again, I am open to honest critique of this fight over here. Sorry, I'm getting my laptop together for showing Stabby something, but I am totally open to honest critique about this, but I haven't seen any genuine arguments against Stop Killing Games. You've had the disingenuous arguments from both Pirate Software and Video Games Europe, which are completely out of line for what Ross Scott is talking about. I mean, it's the same thing as what I'm talking about. I love the game Tribes too. I'd like to see more people playing it, but it's open out there and it's been around for like 24 years. And you can still play on it on community servers. There's no studio giving perpetual support to it. It's community funded. That's all we're asking for. And single-player games like The Crew no longer work anymore because of DRM, because they wanted to force you over to the new Crew game. That's what they're more worried about, is the earning potential being lost of forcing gamers from one game to another game, so they can suddenly pump out sequels and, make more money on it because they couldn't make any more money on the original version. It's BS. How about video game studios make a better game? But the problem is they're putting so much bullshit into video games that they're actually just trying to go to the lowest common denominator, make a game that appeals to everyone, instead of understand that, look, you have to focus on a game that appeals to the niches that then grabs onto it. Very rarely will you get games like Halo and such that appeal to massive demographics. But even then, there's not a lot of people that are into it. The Sims. Not everyone plays The Sims. Tends to be a little bit more popular with my nieces and stuff like that. But, and ex-girlfriends and, lots of lady friends, they play that. There's some guys I know that play it. But, that's the reality of video games. You make a good product, people will want to buy it. And if you make such a good product, people want to keep playing it. Why are you ruining that?
anything that requires them to do something. Stop Killing Games is about as safe and popular as it gets in politics. And as a bonus,
I haven't played The Sims since like Sims 2, so I don't know. After Stop Killing Games fight, we need to fight for more DRM-free options. I'm not necessarily against DRM if done the right way, but I can see your point. I disagree with this next statement for one simple reason. It's not that the industry wants to do nothing, it's that they want us to buy several graphical remasters of the same game. Well, yeah, look at Skyrim. Look at Skyrim, for example. How many times did they remake Skyrim until they realized, oh, we can just remake Oblivion? And I bought it like a schmuck, but I like it. I do like the Oblivion remaster. But, okay, maybe that was a bad example because Oblivion Remaster wasn't as bad because, yes, it needed some, modernization and everything. I would totally like a Morrowind Remaster. I've said that openly. I've said that very often. But I also really want to see an Elder Scrolls 6.
It's appealing to people who might not
Such a rough
normally
still
be
of Ross.
involved in politics. That's an elusive demographic. And now's a good time to mention again that contacting members of European
Older games have the ability to make their own servers and TCP/IP options. Yeah, that's one thing that I miss with the old games, like Tribes and stuff like that. You can easily run your own setup and run your own server. And Tribes out the box lets you have Tribes 2 server packaged in, and you would just roll it.
On the internal
All they would set up is the master server to log in.
Probably the best thing we can do to push back. Though I've received conflicting information on which parties to contact and what subject lines to use. If you want to help, just try your best with contacting a representative of your country, preferably someone who cares about consumer rights. Okay, that's it. I have no idea what's coming down the pipeline now, but all this resistance means we are throwing around some real power to fix things. So let's keep at it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit effed that they're going after him in this way. I will totally agree with that. But I think he's fighting a good fight right now. Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate that he's dealing with that. Let's get back to... All right. So, Stabby, you still around? If I remember, you were talking about the cubes. So we gonna do that. I'll show you my little setup so you can understand about the VPN thing I was talking about. Give me 1 second, because I got to charge this. I agree with SKG, just that I can't sign it. I'm not a EU citizen. Oh, I totally agree. I would sign that if I was an EU citizen. All right, let's get that plugged in. Let's get my Ethernet jacked in. Let's turn this on. Let's get the HDMI. Let's skip the key. We'll do the default boot. I know I got to do a bunch of updates with this. We'll deal with that later. I got to get my security key from upstairs before I can do that, because I have to sign the PGP. Can you believe I've taken this laptop to 2 DEF CONs, and this will be its 3rd? What new stickers will be slapped on it this time? Alright, so we're going to launch my Cubes OS laptop. I can at least give you a quick tour. So, for those of you not aware of this project, this is the reasonably secure laptop. Core boot OS. Alright, plugged in the monitor. Alright. You should see my you can see my monitor, right? As you can see, I haven't updated in a minute. Oh, I gotta get new Fedora templates. We'll do an update for that. All right. I definitely got to get this updated. So, if you notice, there's 3 Mulvad VMs over here. So what I can do, there's a service template for each one, and each one of these is connected into Mulvad themselves, so I have a VPN. So I easily, if I want, can go into cubes. We'll go to the cube manager over here. Oh wait, no, not what I was looking for. Was it cube manager? There we go. So over here are all the VMs that I have, okay? So if you notice, some of these are piped to Mulvad, New York City. I could easily go to settings over here, and Mulvad has documentation for you to set all this up, by the way. And I can flip between any of these VPNs. And the cool thing about it is when doing it this way, if that VM doesn't have a connection to the VPN, it's like a kill switch, a hard kill. So the VPN is forcing the connection over. Similar to like there's the Unix VM. So of course you have, so basically how the path goes is my VMs, my VPNs, they're connected to sysfirewall. Sysfirewall is connected to sysnet. Sysnet gets hardware access to all the networking stuff. So it has to go through here, and then you have another VM for connecting all of that. This is the reasonably secure way to do things, if that's what you're looking at. And of course, you can drop in all your templates and everything like that. Like, I haven't updated this since March, apparently. There's going to have to be some updates I'm going to have to do all throughout this weekend and everything. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to test everything out. Some of these are, yeah. But, like, here. Let's give an example of how this works. So, let's just say we're going to take untrusted, and then we'll take Discord. Let's have Discord run through Los Angeles. It's taking a second to start. Okay. See? California over here. But then, let's go to the untrusted one over here. Okay, so let's go We'll just ignore it again. And you can see, same laptop. This is through New York. This one's through California. So you can easily do this so that you can not have to deal with, you know, you can deal with the VPN very easily. This is going to have so many updates. Yeah, that's going to have a lot of updates. I'm just going to have to sit this here to update. But more or less, this is the laptop that'll be going with me to DEF CON. Now, the important thing is if you do the cert, you have to remember you're going to have to add the cert into Sysnet, because Sysnet is giving the initial connection. Or is it Sysfirewall? I think it's Sysnet. So Sysnet, you're going to have to add the certificate in and probably read some documentation when downloading that certificate, so you're probably have to read off of your phone to get it to this point. But yeah, totally doable. Molvad is probably the easiest one to set up because they have documentation for all of this stuff. But you can do the same concept with anything. Now, the other cool thing is, I'm going to have to, double check the, settings and everything. But what you can also do is harden the firewall rules over here. So if you look, I have the firewall set here to only limit outgoing connections to the IP address ranges that they had listed at the time. You can lock it down to individual IPs if you want, but the easiest thing, because they add and remove different things, is I just give it a /24, and then I cover that entire that area over there. So that covers the 255 addresses there. 54. 254, because of broadcast and gateway. So, yeah. If you're at DEF CON, I'd recommend a VPN. Better if you make your own, but Molvad's not, you know, the worst option. Just remember, while you travel, if you're using Molvad and you're trying to do streaming services, Molvad does not work well with that. Proton does. Now, all the steps that you read about Molvad could apply to Proton, but you'll have to adapt those instructions, because the way it works, hold on. So if you get Molvad on Cubes OS, they have all these settings here. The part that you're really going to have to adapt... Oh yeah, IP tables are no longer effective. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, so you'll have to adapt it, but like these settings over here, you'll have to adapt it. When you grab the actual OpenVPN profile, you'll have to adapt the setting over here. They have an OpenVPN configuration file generator. I believe you can do that with Proton. That's up to you for you to figure out. One thing I need to figure out is how to find what Cubes version I'm on. Fine, what version we have? 4.2.4. Okay, so I have a relatively recent version. What version are we on right now? Let's see. Cubes. OS. Oh, so I am on the latest version. I just need a bunch of system updates. Under the Graveyard, Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah, so this is gonna need a crap ton of updates. Yeah, we're giving our little tribute to Ozzy. But, yeah, so this is gonna be doing a bunch of updates. This isn't updated since March. Why did I bring this out in March? I forget why. But yeah, I gotta grab a bunch of different stuff. Template, install, Fedora. All right, we're gonna install the Fedora 41 template. I use cubes for when I want to have things isolated. So oftentimes what I'll deal with is sometimes there is emails that a vendor sends me. Like, because I'm a content creator, I get actually a lot of phishing attacks. No joke. There's at least 12 credential or phishing attacks, credential harvesting or phishing attacks, and my Avanon email security catches most of it. But once in a while, there's an email that I'm like, I'm not sure if it's legit or not, and I'll open it up in here, transfer that email itself over into another folder, like a PDF or something they send me, and detonate it inside a VM without networking. The other thing I use it for is cubes, for DEF CON, which will be in 2 weeks. This is one of the laptops I actually bring to DEF CON with me. I'm hoping to have my mini laptop over here replace it. Well, not replace it, but be the more convenient note taker. If I can get that. This little laptop over here. So I'm going to get that cell modem hopefully done on Sunday. Hopefully you're not put on the wall of shame. This laptop has been with me since DEF CON 31. I have not yet been put on the wall of shame. No, it's not the wall of shame, it's the wall of sheep. Everyone's on to go, but I'm based in the UK. You have the Chaos Communication Conference out there. Not in the UK. I think that's in Germany. There's a few conferences I actually want to make my way out to in the EU. Also, no, I did not just pick up a fork off the ground using my feet so I didn't have to bend. You did not see that. Yeah, but DEF CON is DEF CON. Yeah. I'm gonna be there for B-Sides Las Vegas and DEF CON, and then there'll be the DEF CON shoot in between. So, if anyone's into firearms, you're more than welcome to hang out. I've got a booth for us. We can go shooting. You don't have to bring your own pew-pews, but you can. All I ask is if you can, throw a few bucks in for ammo. A lot of you Yanks, and I'm so jealous of you guys. Yeah. This is my PTO vacation, so I'm going to have some fun. Unfortunately, my manager couldn't get them to approve expensing it this year. He really tried. They better give me a damn promotion, because if not, I'm going to start looking elsewhere. Tell ya. As much as I like my job, I need to get career growth. It's already shocking a lot of my coworkers that I'm not as senior as I should be. What's QVM? Cube's virtual machine, I think it is. This is Cube's OS. It's not a standard Linux. So I'm installing the Cube's template for Fedora 41 because Fedora 40 is out of date and no longer supported. We're doing some updates right now. So on the crazy train. I'm just getting bored of monitoring duty, same old BS. Yeah. We're going to get at least some of our updates together. Now, the one thing I'm definitely going to have to do is, I'm going to have to touch base on the Monero software over here. Make sure that's working. Make sure my Thunderbird is still working. Bitwarden. The Proton Pass. I have all these isolated into their own VMs, if you notice. Is it overkill? Yes. But it's the reasonably secure laptop. So what is the Cube's OS Summit? Looks interesting. So you got stuff like this that's kind of fun to go check out in Germany. I hear Germany is where a lot of the cybersecurity community is out there. I can't wait to get my HF ham radio set up because then I'll be able to hit a lot of Europeans out in ham radio. I got promoted to senior a few years ago. As good as it feels to be one, now I have to handle some of the hard-to-solve issues. I'm already doing that! I'm basically the sole guy handling our CrowdStrike, our Tenable, and then we're getting into Whiz. Have you heard about firmware that turns routers into a ham radio? I have not. I mean, I know it's possible, but, well, not really. The hardware is physically different because you're at 2.4 gigahertz. And we can't operate on the two... Well, we can, but you're not supposed to interfere with any of the wireless transmissions. My employer refuses to promote too. It's bad. So my manager wants to promote me. It's upper management that's being the prick. There's a lot of people that are not happy with upper management where I work at right now. Wow, your audio just looped there. Wow, your audio just looped there. Wow, your audio just looped there. I'm fucking with you. They somehow found harder ones since I was promoted. Mama, I'm coming home. Mama, I'm coming home. Imagine in a Fortune 500 company that the CEO and CTO has to approve Fortune promotions or any merit increase. Oh my God. That is ridiculous. The CTO and CEO shouldn't have sole authority over a lot of promotions. That should be delegated to people underneath them. Okay. So we're almost done with the updates. The previous CEO founder would sign every check over 24K. So I didn't hear your answer. What a question? Oh, have I heard about the firma that turns routers into a ham radio? I've heard of some things like that, but I thought they're physically different enough that they shouldn't be able to do that because they're tuned to 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz or 5 to 6 gigahertz, depending on that. And then also, ham radio shouldn't be interfering with that. I know there's ways to do like point-to-point microwave links and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot you can do in ham radio, but I thought we're not supposed to touch on that. WRT54G, they have downloads for it. Okay, not sure if it was legal. Alright, we're gonna let that update for a sec. Harmonic interference can be a thing at higher amplitudes, too. Yeah, there's just a few things that were like... It was just interesting. Let me see. Like, I've seen there's hats for, Raspberry Pi. Oh, okay. HSMM Hamnet. It's a little bit different. It's, Arden and Hamwan these days. HSMM Hamnet. Okay, let's try that. That's not a good sign. Good God, this site's old. Alright, prepare to be blinded. Ah, light mode! This has not been updated since 2015. I think this is pretty dead. Yeah, this is like dead. Can only do Linksys. Oh, there's some Ubiquity stuff. Yeah, I think this project's pretty much dead. Broadband Hamnet. Ham network. It is time to have your own broadband Hamnet. It's a network. It is not application software. It's a special firmware that builds transfer into a specialized ham radio function. You can just... Thank you for the love, H4. So this is basically Mesh-tastic with extra steps at a different frequency for the most part, from what I'm understanding. Interesting. It's just not as popular. Okay. I'm waiting for this to grab the new template. Even though I don't really use Fedora for anything, it'd be nice to move away from this guy over here. Yeah. I'm a data server backend guy, but had to create a Power App today. Oh boy, I hate front-end stuff. I hate front-end too. I'd rather make an end curses menu than I would make a pretty pretty thing. Yeah, Discord and Cubes OS. Bloink. This is my DEF CON laptop. I gotta go through setting up all of this again, because I haven't turned this on in a few months. I'm just doing updates. Okay, come on. Less than a minute left. Thank you for the follow. Streaming with PJ, thank you. Cubes is great until the password lock screen locks me out. I use Cubes OS on a Purism Librem 14. So, there's a hardware security key to check the firmware at boot and the boot files as well. Yeah, this is Cubes OS. Basically, everything's containerized. So, if you look at the network that I set up, TikTok live stream, trying to find everyone's socials. Yeah, I get it. ThinkPads are nice, too. I got this, like, several years ago from a previous job, and they let me keep it when I left. So, it became one of my, other laptops. So, the way this works, if you're not familiar with this Linux, is everything's in a container. In fact, this might be easier because they have a little graph over here. And I mean everything. So your hardware connects to SysNet VM, which connects to SysFirewall VM. Firewall VM gives your networking everywhere else. All your USB peripherals go through SysUSB, which, you know, then it's its own VM. You have application VMs and template VMs that have the base configurations over there, and then it just pulls in differences from there. This is all based on Zen Hypervisor. There's an admin VM for system management, another VM for the GUI, but everything's in its own VM. So the idea is, if you see there's different things here. Now, I also added Molvad in its own VM, so that way, what do you think of Graphene OS? That's on my DEF CON phone. I have a Pixel 7a with Graphene. I like it. I'm actually considering moving over to it full-time from an iPhone. But that depends on how I like the Pixel 10, potentially, and the Android open source project and how that's going. We're doing ham radio things and Linux too? Yep, I'm a ham guy too. General class. Studying for amateur extra. I'll probably get the HF and the VHF, UHF antennas installed in the house after DEF CON, because I got to rent a scissor lift to get up on the roof safely. I fell off a ladder trying to get that set up. Oh yeah, I wouldn't recommend this as a daily for sure. This is, I'm bringing it to DEF CON. It's my secure laptop. But yeah, I have the VM over here for a VPN, which ties the sys firewall. Then my other devices connect to that VM. So there's like these connect to that, connects to that, and then I can choose to drop any of these on the wire or keep it behind a VPN. But then I also have another VM over here for Tor connections. Just dropped mad coins on the lab, though. Yeah. Technician here, studying for general. Totally worth it. My advice, if you're studying for general, hamstudy.org helped me for regular practice tests. Hamradioprep.com helped me for the overall studies. Sometimes your local counties will have classes or stuff like that. Mine offered one, and it helped me as well. I passed my general a while ago with a 34 out of 35 on the questions. So right now I got a Yaesu FT991A waiting to be installed. It's already like kind of set up over there. I've got LMR 400 run as a setup basically. There's going to be 100 feet of it, but there's going to be a 10-foot VHF UHF antenna and about a 23-foot HF antenna off the side of the house. I should be able to do some nice DX. I'm hoping that next year for DEF CON, I may have some extra money so I can do a Parks in the Air setup. So I'm hoping at Hamvention next year, I'll be able to pick up a second-hand rugged laptop, like a Panasonic Toughbook or a Dell rugged laptop, install Linux with Andy's Ham Radio Linux on it, and that, excuse me, get that set up so I can do Parks in the Air and do digital transmissions over that. Move is complete. My mobile unit is a QIT 8900. Nice. Yeah, I currently have a so that Yaesu FT991A. My handheld is a TID Radio H8, but I still got to program my Anytone AT168UV. And then I also have an Anytone, I forget what it is, but it's a 25-watt VHF UHF for the car with an antenna coming off of it that I do for DX when I'm in town. Mostly I just stick around on the repeaters for that. And then, I want to get a Yaesu FTX1 with that amplifier for, POTA, Parks on the Air. But, that's going to be a chunk of change. I have a CB setup I have to build, just a cheap Midland Cobra radio for now, but high-end antenna. Might see if I can reach out a bit with its default wattage. Yeah, you can get some decent range. I mean, just remember, you will do better with a good antenna and a cheap radio than a nice radio and a cheap antenna. The antenna matters more than anything. So you can do some good DX that way. If I remember, CB is in the 27 megahertz range. So I wonder if you can do some of those good HF antennas out there to get some good range. I do want to get a CB setup. There's one, what was it? VGN. This is one radio that caught my eye. VGC. Hold on. So this is a radio that caught my eye. I talked about this last stream. I'd like to get this as an upgrade for my car radio. Here's why. I could easily set that underneath my seat. It's a 50 watt, whereas my current is a 25 watt. And then the screen is on the microphone right there. I think that'd be a great set it and forget it kind of radio. But I don't think it does DMR. And it'd be kind of nice to have a DMR radio in the car. I still got to play properly with DMR. But, yeah. It looks nice. Oh yeah, it's a nice unit. And you can actually use it with your phone. You can even do SSTV imagery, but it's also got APRS. You ideally want to use an Android phone, but you can get offline maps and then work properly with that. And it's got some wide range. So, of course, it can do the 2 meter and 70 centimeter band, but you can also do 88 FM radio, air bands. You can do the 220, but this is receive only. So airband, FM, and the 220, as well as 300 to 400, it's receive only. But that's still nice. But yeah, it's got APRS smart beaconing. It can work with an Apple, but there's some limitations, but you can apparently upgrade the firmware over Bluetooth. 192 channels. And, yeah. I think this would be a nice little unit for me to keep in the car. But I do think if I do get that unit, I'm gonna need to get a, external speaker. Hey, thank you for the sub there, XUID. But yeah, this is a nice unit for sure. I'm going to be very happy after a while. But, like, before I get this unit, I'm probably going to have... I need to set up my ham shack. Then what I also need to do is I need to get an upgrade for my little mini laptop over here. Let me show you. So I have this little mini laptop over here, which I want to bring to DEF CON with me if possible. But the Wi-Fi is kind of iffy on it because I think the Wi-Fi chip on there is overheating. But that's fine because I wanted to upgrade the CPU. And they have an upgrade. It's this little laptop over here. The MNT Pocket Reform. But they have a, nope, not that. This looks like it got reorganized. Oh, I passed right by it. I want to get this, which is the RK3588 CPU. Which will upgrade the base iXM87 Plus that I have from a quad-core to an 8-core, from 8 gigabytes of RAM to... I want to get the 32 gigabyte version, although I probably only really need the 16 gig for that one, but 32 I think would be better, with 256 gig eMMC. And then what it'll also allow me to do is replace the microphone port with this little Wi-Fi card over here, which should give me better capability. For the Wi-Fi, because they have this little Asia Tech card in there that works a little bit better than the stock IMX8M Plus, which is built into the SoC, and it's overheating. So, that's what I'm planning to get upgraded first, get the ham shack installed, get the MNT Pocket Reform, then I want to get this guy for the car. Hey, Sugar, how's it going? Can you send it in under warranty? No. It's not a fix. It's not that kind of fix. It's an issue with the SoC itself. It's just an issue they've addressed inside of the that, and that's part of the... And I'm going to be replacing that anyway. So it's no reason to work on it. It's a known flaw of the package they have. We've been trying to hack it to work better. Like, I even had this custom... Here, 1 second. You're alive, Sugar. I know. I'm glad you're alive. So, I even had a custom front plate made because the stock one was made out of a PCB copper infused material, and it was allowing the CPU to get to about 80 degrees Celsius. Even with this dropping at about 30 degrees Celsius, we're still having issues with the SoC overheating a little bit for Wi-Fi. So it's an issue of I need to separate the SoC from the CPU. And that's going to fix it, plus give me a major performance boost. Is it running a crypto miner? No. But people are playing Minecraft on that with RK3588. It's all listed on the site. Documentation, system requirements under user documentation, then choosing your hardware. But Sugar, how you been doing? You liking the new gig? They got you shift over to days yet? Or are you still a zombie? Did you fall off a ladder? Yeah. I didn't tamp down the dirt enough, so it got loose, and then, yeah. I have news, but we can talk about it later if you prefer, but I need suggestions for a tablet or a little laptop I can use in my downtime at work. Yeah, we can chat later so I can get your specifics and stuff like that. Career decisions. Oh, you've already got a path for improving? That's nice. But yeah, we can chat later. Yeah, what are you looking for? A laptop for your, getting back to doing all your, what do you call it? Why am I, like, forgetting? Oh, school. Nice. Yeah, we can work on that. Crap, lost chat. I'll DM right you right now. I don't care if you say it loud. Okay, hold on. Where are you DMing? On the Discord? Okay. Found you via Mastodon BTW. Oh, nice! Yeah, I still gotta set up the Blue Sky announcements and everything like that. I gotta remember to post the Blue Sky. My bot takes care of that. I just haven't gotten around to doing things. I think once I get the, Ham Shack and a few other things done, then I'll get back to my little coding, tinkering projects that I've been doing. Healthcare. Oh, nice! You still gonna be doing, graphic design and all that, though? You start this fall? Nice! Need a new keyboard, too. Laura is pretty cool. I deal with Laura all the time. Okay, cool. Yeah, because we got to chat about improving some of the graphics for my stuff and everything. We can go over the specifics and everything, of what you're looking for. I presume you want something for, tinkering with graphics and all that, so you're probably going to need at least a decent Nvidia GPU. Or though, you can probably go fine with an AMD if you're just using Windows. She's a graphic designer. Don't argue with me. We're sticking her to Windows. If as far as keyboard, we can start looking at stuff. We can go to Micro Center or something someday. We still need to hang out anyway. More into school stuff, but if I can doodle, then it's a bonus. Gotcha. Oh. I may have an extra keyboard laying around I can hand you in the meantime. That's not a big deal. But, yeah. I mean, I know your system and everything. You got some, aging equipment. Unfortunately, it's the reality of the beast. But yeah, we can get you set up. I'm just right now working on getting through, getting to DEF CON, getting past DEF CON. I gotta show you the ham shack that I'm setting up. You haven't been here since I started my, whole ham adventure. Setting that up. So this weekend, I'm busy too. Next weekend, I'm packing up for DEF CON, and then the week after, I will be in Vegas. So let's plan for mid-August. I gotta show you all the stuff I've done in the house. Yeah. I have a backyard now. It's been cleaned up. Cool, I'll check the calendar. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of stuff. Oh, and I got back on ADHD medications too since we last chat. What's that little box that's glowing next to you? Oh, so Proofpoint sent this to us. It's a Bluetooth speaker, with Proofpoint branding, but it's got all the LGBTs in it. Look at it. Look at it. You can have it go with different colors, but it's basically a Bluetooth speaker. So I figured it's like perfect to stick on the stream, because it just grabs your attention. Oh, and here's another upgrade. Check this out. I got a remote! I can now do the Wayne's World extreme close-ups. Extreme close-up. Oh yeah, so I got a remote. So now I can control the camera. And now I can do the Wayne's World extreme close-up. Whoa! You could even zoom in on my little zit over there. This camera's great. Yeah, I'm tinkering a little bit and getting all that. I gotta get my I gotta get all the crap together for DEF CON. Oh, I don't think I showed you this. That's the little mini laptop. Yeah, it came out really great. Thank you for getting that design together. Oh, the buttons? Here, let me turn this on. They're mechanical. Ortholinear. But RGB you can control. Holding the hyper key down and then adjust. But yeah, this is a fully open source little laptop. Yeah, I'm excited. I need to get this together. So this has a cell modem inside of it. I gotta set that up completely. The Wi-Fi is kind of iffy because the Wi-Fi chip's overheating, but that's fine because I'm gonna be upgrading it eventually when I get back from DEF CON, but it's gonna take a couple months for that SoC to come out. But the idea is this is gonna be my everyday laptop that I carry around for like just most of the stuff. Oh yeah, we're playing Aussie tonight. We gotta honor the Prince of Darkness. We must pay tribute. Alright, let's see if I can get this guy set up. Your key time zone is not Berlin. Let's get a New York time zone. This is such a nice laptop to type on. At least for its size. I'm good, yeah. I've just been, working on so much stuff with the house. And, getting everything together, and then, you know, Yitz is between jobs and everything, but he's got some interviews going, and, like I said, I've been getting, back to, therapy, and, got myself back on ADHD meds last week, because I just felt like it was about time. I have to go back to the official diagnostic reevaluation, because apparently they don't have it on file, so that I can even look at stimulants, but they at least got me on a non-stimulant, and it's been working pretty well for me. You get ADHD meds! You get ADHD meds! We all get ADHD meds! Oh, yeah, he's doing okay. He just needs to, land a job, but he's got interviews lined up and everything. Alright, let's... Yeah, you definitely call him. You ready for DEF CON? Yeah, Kenneth, I'm definitely ready for DEF CON. Well, mostly. I'm trying to get my, laptops together. I was just doing updates for the Cubes OS laptop, and then I got the, little Pocket Reform over here I gotta update, which I'm hoping to be my note-taking device. I've gotta still pick up a few more things. I gotta confirm the, range rental that I did for the DEF CON shoot and stuff, but yeah, I think we're good. We're getting there. I still gotta pick up a few more things. I even got a couple of masks for B-sides and stuff. Yeah, I'm really excited to get back out there. I got, like, I think close to a dozen friends confirmed going. So it'll be great, because some of my friends I haven't seen in forever. So I'm trying GNOME. I think I like GNOME a little bit better with this. I think originally it tried it with Sway, but it didn't work as well. So, I still have to install this to the disk. But 1080p screen on a little 7-inch device with mechanical keys. There's a cell modem built into this. I got to get that set up. I'm hoping that I can get this working, at least on the cell modem part. Do you think this DEF CON badge will be electronically or non-electronic? Honestly, with the tariffs going on with Trump, I would not be surprised if they choose not to go electronic this year. But from what I heard from people, they say that they kind of tend to flip-flop. Oh! It sees my modem! I just got to install the SIM card in here. Nice! So, I gotta install the SIM card. That's in one of my other Linux phones. I think, it's in my Pine phone over here, if I'm not mistaken. Mm. Yep, SIM card's in there. I'm pretty sure that's the one, yeah. That's just the cheap Mint Mobile for data. That's all I use it for. I might bump up that plan just to get more data. We'll see. We'll see. Install MNT Pocket Reform SD card to MMC. Oh, it's going great. We're just getting our laptops prepped for DEF CON. So is there a way to restore reflash? I can boot from SD. You didn't delete the U-boot on the eMMC sector. It takes some effort to do that. You can still boot from microSD and use the following part from our factory install script to re-image the eMMC properly. Okay, so let's grab my IX industrial port over here. So this little mini laptop over here doesn't have a traditional Ethernet port. It has an IX industrial port. This little guy over here. Let me get this zoomed in for you. Drop the remote like I'm dropping the soap in prison. What kind of OPSEC protections do you take when at a place like DEF CON? Is there only one DEF CON location nationwide? Yeah, there's only one DEF CON main event. There's many local DEF CON groups. Now, as far as OPSEC goes, just don't do anything stupid you wouldn't do in a public internet cafe or something like that. You know. So this is an IX industrial port. Okay? And there's an adapter to have it go from Cat 6A. And this will go into the mini laptop. You don't see these outside of, like, enterprise setups. But it's how we get an Ethernet connection in a laptop when you can't fit a full Ethernet. So for all those manufacturers like, your laptop's too thin that we can't fit an Ethernet port. You still can do it. You can still do it. I'd usually go, but not this year. First one I missed out of 5. Definitely next year, though. Yeah, this is my 3rd that'll go in a year. And my 3rd that I've ever been. I learned what I need to know to do IT support to get the job done right, but I feel like an imposter. Welcome to the club. I've been in the field 10 years, and I still have times where I feel like I don't know crap. Imposter syndrome is a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I am definitely not gonna dispute you on that. But the honest truth is the best thing you can do is get out of your head sometimes and maybe go take a walk, go connect with nature. How true is the statement? VPN after HTTPS became a thing is a lot more worthless. Completely false. There's still many times a VPN is great. And here's the thing. People forget. That's assuming your HTTPS is properly configured, up to date, and there's not a vulnerability. As we saw, there was Heartbleed, which took care of SSL. Now, of course, that's been fixed, but it could happen again. You have to assume that all the servers are properly configured properly. I've seen where there's mixed mode, where people are sending HTTP and HTTPS traffic, and you can manipulate that to go all HTTP if you really are that way. But I will phrase it this way. I still believe a lot of people are buying into marketing BS claims about VPNs. If you are in your home internet, just doing things at your home and have no reason to get around a geo-block of any kind, VPNs are kind of worthless. If you're in a public internet cafe, VPNs can be pretty useful. If you can build your own VPN, it's even better. But something like Proton VPN or Molvad is still pretty good. And by the way, if you do want to get a VPN, I do recommend Proton VPN. I am affiliated with them because their entire suite of tools, Proton Pass, Proton Mail, all that is still one of the best suites out there. And by purchasing from them, you help support this channel. But I will also say Molvad's great too. I use them. I set it up on the Cube's laptop too. I like both for different reasons. Yeah, I got this shirt over at DEF CON. I feel like I don't know crap every time Microsoft changes the name of one of their products. Oh my god. I can relate to that. All right. MNT Pocket Reform. E will need a new shirt too. Oh, I will get her. Don't worry. What about W? I think she's getting to be the size now where I can actually buy her clothes and she won't grow out of it in a day or two. Get into tech, but we don't trust her with tech. So you're telling me that I shouldn't introduce her to like lockpicking and ethical hacking and social engineering and all that stuff? I'm the dangerous uncle, okay? She's destructive. So was I! I crashed the entire school network when I was in 5th grade because I found where the hub was, and hubs can do collisions easily. It was fun. What's up, Leighton? We're just trying to get my little mini laptop here set up for DEF CON. I can't share the screen because it doesn't really have a second port out here. I mean, it does, but I don't have an adapter for it. Pocket Reform. What did I look up to get this? SD card to eMMC. And aware, instead of being a consumer getting taken advantage of. Yeah. All right, deleted the eMMC partition. There we are. All right, let's copy these commands here. All right, come on. Let's get this installed. All right, we got those tools installed. So now we just need to grab a, yeah, this GUI works pretty nicely. Okay, so now let's open up text editor. This would be so cool if I could do like VS Code and stuff like this on that. This is going to be a great device. Control S. And we're going to call you... format. All right, df-h. Let's do ls block. Oh, it sees my NVMe on here too. I just haven't formatted it. Nice. But first, all right. Oh, I see. So that's not where the image is anymore. Okay, so we got to go to source.mnt. Okay, so we got to grab the... I'm loving how smooth this laptop works, even as low resources it is. My school's network and PCs were so misconfigured, I was able to shut it all down using shutdown-i. For those who don't know, shutdown-i. Jesus. Okay, so they changed the link. All right, let's copy this link. And then what we'll do... That should fix it. There we go. Where did the remote go? There the remote is. So I think I just got to let it sit here and do the thing. Okay, 1% copied. So it's just downloading it straight from their GitLab that they have hosting the code repository, and then putting it straight on the eMMC here. So I'm overwriting that. Then what I'm going to do is move it from the eMMC to the NVMe. I'm hoping that by moving it off of the eMMC to the NVMe will also offload some of the heat that it was creating, and maybe give the Wi-Fi a little bit of a better fighting chance. Because I just need this to work at least decently well for DEF CON. Even if I'm just working off a cell signal for this little guy. I'm literally just using this for note-taking. I'm going to have my other laptop for, you know, better Wi-Fi and everything. And then I'll dump Stargate and stuff for when I'm flying and all that on the plane. So we're at 5% copied. I'm going to let this run overnight. But, yeah. So we at least got some progress for the DEF CON stuff. And all the plans that we were planning to do with it. So that's some successes. Oh yeah, eMMC is extremely slow. Absolutely. Which is why I had this 512 gigabyte Samsung NVMe laying around. That was from a previous I think I pulled that out of an old laptop of mine that I had upgraded. No, it came in my System 76 laptop a few years ago. It's just been laying around in a package, in an anti-static package, waiting for a project to be used. So that'll be a massive upgrade for this. There's no reason to go to like a Samsung 980 or anything, because this kind of little device isn't going to be able to use all that horsepower anyway. But that NVMe is at least going to allow us to then be able to do a bunch of other nice things with it. The only thing that's unfortunate is once I get the RK3588 CPU, I'm going to have to overwrite the entire operating system because it's written for a different CPU. Because this is written for the iMX8M Plus. The CPU that came with the Crowd Supply founder version of this. So when you buy this laptop... Ooh, that is kind of warm right now. Kind of shocking. It's 10%. So when you got this laptop, it originally came with, if you bought it from Crowd Supply, you got the iMX8M Plus. Remember, I bought this thing, a year before it came out. So, I've been waiting on it. I was one of the founders for it. And then... I've been waiting for them to come out with the RK3588 that I was showing. I can show you exactly what I'm talking about for those of you that maybe came in a little late. Not that Firefox. That's the stats for the stream. That's the other stats for the stream. So we're going to go back to... We're going to upgrade to this guy. It'll probably come in a couple months after DEF CON. I gotta order it still. I just first want to get the ham radio done. Then I will pay the money for this guy. And we should be good. Because, and the reason why I'm going with this is I wanted a little mini light laptop for note-taking. Because the one issue I had when I was at DEF CON was you don't have a table to put a laptop on. And dealing with a 14-inch laptop for, like, note-taking and all that is a little bit cumbersome. Whereas if I got a little laptop like this is perfect. So, for those of you that missed the past stream, we sandwiched in two 5G cell antennas on the side over here. And then we moved the Wi-Fi antenna down here. So the bezel's just popping out like a couple millimeters. You can't tell looking at it straight on, but I can tell... because I've been dealing with it. Now, what I'm going to eventually do is, like I said, RK3588 upgrade. I still got to drop my SIM card in there, get some TTY and stuff set up, and then I should be able to use the cell modem as the primary internet when traveling, so when at DEF CON, I don't need to connect to the Wi-Fi on this little guy. It'll be great. NVMe is definitely the way to go if you can swing it. Oh yeah, absolutely. So this has an two M.2 slots. One is keyed. I can show you this without opening up this laptop right now because I need to get that. Actually, this would be a better one to show. They have a better image in here. So this is the laptop over here. So as you can see, NVMe, they even have a cell modem over here. There's a SIM card slot over there. This is where the RK3588 would be. This piece over here is what I would replace for the Wi-Fi card. And what I mean by that is, I wonder if they have a picture. Kind of do. So the stock piece is this. What they did is they added a Wi-Fi card slot because of the feedback in the community that we wanted both a Wi-Fi card and a cell modem. That's why I've been holding off on the upgrade so long. Because originally they just gave you this, and then you'd get this Wi-Fi card, but you'd have to replace the cell modem. So they added this little feature here. Yeah, the NVMe is going to be way better once I get to this. It's going to be excellent. But yeah, it's going to be a €730 upgrade, so this will officially be a very expensive little mini laptop, but I think it's worthwhile for me. Well, I'm also going to, if I can, they had a back plate over here. That's interesting. MNT Reform CPU module. OLED keyboard module. They offer the NVMe's over there, but I'm betting. Okay, so there we go. €6.50. This is the PCB backplate that they fixed the issue. Because the original PCB backplate that I had, this over here, had an issue. It was actually retaining heat. Because they had made a mistake in the specs where this was PCB material, copper, PCB material, copper, all the way out. Whereas what they needed to do was this. Copper, PCB over here. And that PCB is a bit more transparent because the problem was it was Faraday caging. So, I'll be curious to see how this performs. I'll be curious to see if the new Wi-Fi antenna, if the old positioning of the Wi-Fi... I'm going to play with the Wi-Fi positioning of the antenna. I'm going to... I'm going to probably stick it on the back of the case if I can. Or I may just keep it where it's at right now. It's not a big deal. But... slowly but surely, we're on our way to getting DEF CON stuff set up. But, it's getting a little late, guys. So, I just want to say thank you all for joining me. And if you haven't already, check all of my socials. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Mastodon. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm on TikTok. And, we got the kicks and everything there. And of course, if you haven't already, join the Discord, join the Matrix server. And I will see you all on Sunday. We'll do some more tinkering. Now remember, while I'm at DEF CON, I will not be doing any more streams for the week. I'll try to do some live streams out there. It'll probably be on Twitch with my TikTok phone. I know, funny to say that. But I'd rather, you know... have it go through that platform because the VODs get kept and stuff like that, and I can deal with that a little bit better. I'm going to try to record some videos like vlogs and stuff like that, but I'm going to be mindful of people's privacy. Don't expect too much content. There may be like follow-up videos for like what we went through the day. I'll take some pictures and things like that. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I love all of you. Stay safe and happy hacking, and stick around for the raid if you're over on the Twitch side of things. See you next time. And don't forget movie night on Discord Saturday night. Chronicles of Riddick tonight, Saturday night. Love you all. Happy hacking. Stay safe.